video teleconference regular meeting of March the 3rd, 2022. And we call this meeting to order. And before we get into our agenda, I'm going to ask Pastor Stephen Finchler from the St. Paul United Methodist Church, where Squire Booth goes to church, and to come and give us a prayer to get our meeting started. Pastor Finchler, thank you for being here.
It's great to be here. If you all would, let's bow our heads in prayer. Lord Jesus, I thank you for this time, and I thank you for our leaders. I thank you for Franklin County. And Lord, I just ask that as we plan and as people are honored in this meeting and as business is conducted, I pray your blessing. I pray, Holy Spirit, that you would give wisdom and knowledge. I pray, God, that you would build us up in our common life together. So we seek your blessing, Lord. Bless those who are making these decisions. Bless those who are presenting information. Help everything run smoothly today. And Lord, I want to lift up the words of Numbers chapter 6, verses 24 through 26 over this group. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. It's in the mighty name of Jesus we pray these things. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless your congregation. And thank you so much for what you do for our community. With that being said, I'm going to move from this position to the other room to do our next item on the agenda, and that's the ceremonial pinning of our fire department. All right, kind of in a different setting. Welcome, everybody. Glad everybody's here. It's unusual to see this many people here, but it's exciting to be here in this kind of situation. So I thank you for being here. It's a very special occasion for our fire department promotional pinning ceremony. We're going to pin Battalion Chief Michael Oather to the rank of Assistant Chief. We're going to pin Captain Forrest Palmer to the rank of Battalion Chief. We're going to pin Engineer Nicholas Scrogum to the rank of Captain, and Firefighter Michael Sloan to the rank of Engineer. Chief Brewer, how do you want to do this? You want to start with you, or you want to start with Michael Sloan?
We'll start with Michael Sloan. There's a couple on the truck today, just in case.
Okay. All right. I'll turn it over to you. Let you do that. And Engineer Sloan, you're up. Good to
Engineer Sloan, he's been at the department 7 years now, and I have no doubt he's going to serve well as an engineer. He's done great as a firefighter, and he's ready to take this next step. He's actually been working on trucks all day today. So, you want to do this side?
Yeah, come on.
And when you're finished, introduce. I'm assuming that's your wife. Or, yes, sir. Okay. So please introduce her once you get in, if you don't mind.
Looks like my wife Tabitha Sloan.
Tabitha? Mm-hmm. Well, Andrew, did you get a picture? Do you want to just get a picture of those two? 1 minute. Yeah, let's do that.
Hey,
I think he would like it.
1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, guys.
Right. Congrats. Let's give him a round of applause.
The next pinning we're going to take care of is Captain Nicholas Scrogum. Captain Scrogum, if you bring your thing, y'all come on up with him.
Yeah,
come on.
Sure. Yeah. Very special occasion.
Captain Scrogum's been with the department for about 6 years now. He's been an excellent engineer, and I have no doubt he'll be just as great of a captain. And if you want to introduce your family, or if you want to wait till the pinning,
I'll wait till
the pinning.
Please move behind the podium.
Okay. We'll move behind the podium once he's in. Captain, if you and your family will move kind of centered around the podium there.
Thank you, Chief.
Mhm.
This is my mother Candy, my father Leroy, my girlfriend Kimberly, and my sister Carissa.
Okay, you got a big family here, so.
A few more.
All right, there you go.
All right, well, guys, just here, we're gonna do several, all right? 1, 2, and 3. Stand by for 1 or 2 more. 1, 2, and 3. One last time now, y'all. 1, 2, and 3. Here we go.
The next painting will be Forrest Palmer, the rank of battalion chief. Come on up with your family. Chief Palmer's been with the department for 17 years last month, correct? And this has been a long time coming, and I have no doubt he's gonna be a great battalion chief for the department.
There you go. We'll get all of you in there in
Yeah.
a second. That's with a picture. Will you introduce your family and make sure, let's get them all in, make sure we're all in.
This is my wife, Brenda, my son Eli, my daughter Candace, my other daughter Katie, she's beside in here, and then this is my mother Pam. This is my grandmother Faye, and Ann's back in the back.
All right, guys, we're gonna do several right here, please. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3, and one last time. 1, 2, and 3. We're good, thank you.
Thank you.
And Eli, I want to tell you something. I had your dad in school. When we're outside, I'll tell you some things. I'm proud of it.
The next pinning ceremony will be for Assistant Chief Mike Other. He's been with the department for over 23 or going on 24 years now. He's been a great mentor to many on the department, trained probably half the department at some point. And he's already hit the ground running with his new role as Assistant Chief and learning very quickly. So I'm very happy to have him there.
Right. Yeah, come on, there's
This is my dad, Mike Other, my mom, my sister-in-law, her boyfriend Mark, the wife Summer, and her dad David.
All right, we'll just get around there. We're gonna take photographs.
your sister-in-law, y'all, come on, get in here.
Come on over here,
Come
dog.
on, y'all. Here, wait a minute, he's coming in.
Okay, there we go. Get everybody. All right, we're gonna do about 3. 1, 2, and 3. Stand by for another one, maybe. I hope. 1, 2, and 3, and one last time now, y'all. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, we're good.
And I want to say this, I'm so proud of Mike, but I remember Eli, Mike was about half your age and he used to ride down the biggest hill in the neighborhood on his bike and wreck right into the curb and flip over and get up and say, I'm gonna do it again. I guess that was preparation for a firefighter. Let's give him a. And last but not least.
Yeah, this one got delayed a little bit for some other issues, so I'm gonna bring my family up. And with me here is my dad, Jamie, my mom, Carol, my wife, Autumn, and my daughters, Sadie and Abby.
If you all would kind of sit around that, we can get a good picture of you.
All right, guys. Right, look right here. We're going to do several again. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. And one last time now, y'all. 1, 2, and 3. Perfect. Yes, sir.
As you can see how awesome, how proud all of us are. I know you're proud. We are very proud too. This is fantastic. And our new chief, our new assistant chief, our new engineers, our new battalion chief, our captain. Congratulations to all of you. If you all will come up and let's stand together and let's take a picture. So we can put this on the wall out at the station, okay?
Great job and congratulations to all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Congratulations. No, I'm good. I'm good. That's it.
All right. All right, gentlemen, we're going to do several. All right, here we go. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. And one last time now. 1, 2, and 3.
All right, big round of applause for this group. Thanks everybody for being here. If you're sitting at the table, if you stay, you got to vote. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, they can see you. They can hear you. Yeah, they can see you. Yeah. Thanks again, everybody.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Nice seeing you again, Jen.
Good to see you. Tell Casey hi.
I will.
As a matter of fact, I saw him today at the Capitol.
Congratulations, Steve. Hey, I think when we shot that fireworks video, we just I think that's
Yes.
Me working under you.
Yeah, we're stopped. I know.
That's so weird. I know.
Okay, here's your fire jacket. Chief Bruce. Ed, you're next. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, thank you again.
That was really nice.
All right, pardon me for the delay. Next on our agenda is Mr. Ed Poe. here on behalf of our Juneteenth event and representing four as the president. Mr. Poe, welcome and thank you for being here. And we really appreciate you being here and seeing the pinning of our firefighters.
Well, it was my pleasure. I had planned to claim all of them as my family since I didn't have a family here, but now my adopted family just left on me. So I'm up here by myself, I guess. But thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Since 2017, FOR has made a difference, is currently making a difference, and with your help, will continue to make a difference in this community. And at FOR, we want to change minds by changing hearts. And to do this, we wish to initiate and encourage open, honest, face-to-face conversation about race and race-related issues here in Frankfort and Franklin County. Many things that we have done, but the Juneteenth event is probably the largest event that FOR has tackled yet. And once I run through, you'll understand what I'm talking about. This is a major, major event. We've never tried this before, but I've got a lot of help in pulling this off. It's going to be a 3-day event instead of the normal 1-day June 10th event. We're going to start off on Friday the 17th with the run, a 5K run that I call the Run for Race Relations. It's actually a run walk, and we're going to use the same route that the Frosty 5K ran in December at Lakeview Park. We're going to adapt it a little bit. It will go around the outside instead of making a double loop that they had to do on the inside. But basically, it's going to be that same route. We are on runsignup.com. If you go there, you should be able to register for the race sometime next week. The early registration is $20. On April the 1st, it goes up to $25. And that Thursday, Friday of the race, it goes up to $30. So we encourage everybody to get their registration in early. That night, we're also going to have a silent auction and we're going to have a raffle. This will all be held in the Hancock Pavilion out at Lakeview Park. And we'll have music out there. I believe the Kiwanis Club is going to be grilling hot dogs for us. So we're going to have a good time. We invite everybody to come out and have some fun. That Saturday morning, we're also going to be at Lakeview Park, 10 o'clock. We're going to have a scavenger hunt. Now, we're going to have teams that will go out across the county, across the city. They'll be given clues, all of them race related, and they'll have to figure out the clues and they'll have to go. We're going to ask businesses and organizations and identify different locations that they'll have to go to and then show some proof that they have been there and bring those back. The teams, we're not going to limit the number of teams that can participate. We're not going to limit the number of individuals you can have on any one team. We're going to let them go out for about 4 hours and gather these clues. They'll come back. The winning team who gets the most correct answers is going to get $500. So think about a team that you want to put together, get them registered, go out and have some fun. We want this 3-day event to be fun as well as educational. While these teams are out, we're going to be out there at the park. We'll have music, we'll have games for the kids, we'll have face painting. Hopefully we can get a bouncy house and just have a good time. We'll be grilling some hot dogs and have some food vendors out there and just a family fun event that's educational at the same time. That same Saturday at 5:30, we're going to be at the old Capitol building. Now, the Kentucky Historical Society has graciously allowed us to use the old Capitol building to hold a forum. We will be inviting the leadership of the city and the county to sit on a panel, and we will be talking about race relations here in Frankfort, Kentucky, with audience participation. That will last about an hour and a half. Also, during that forum, we will announce the winners of the 4 EJI. EJI stands for the Equal Justice Initiative out of Montgomery, Alabama. We will announce the winners of the essay contest that is currently in place that will close out on March the 31st. We're asking students in grades 9 through 12 in the Frankfort Independent Schools and the Frankfort County Schools to write an 800 to 1,000 word essay on a racial event that's happened in the past and make a connection with something that's happening today, and then draw some conclusions from the research that they're going to be doing. This Saturday, we're going to be at the History Center. We're going to offer a workshop for the parents and the students, anyone who wants some help on a topic, on how to research, where the references can be found. We're going to have some experts there to help answer their questions and get them started on their essays. We will be giving away up to $5,000 for up to 5 winners of the essay contest. So we want our kids in Franklin County to take home some of the money. The checks are going to be written directly to the kids. I'll have their names on them. We're going to pass those checks out at the forum on Saturday, the 18th. Saturday evening, it's a long day Saturday. We're going to be at the Grand Theater. The Grand is partnering with us. They have given us the use of the theater that Saturday night. We're going to show a film, I Am Not Your Negro, by James Baldwin. And it's going to be open to the public. Admission will be free. We're just asking all those who attend if they would please bring a canned good that we're going to collect and then donate to the Frankfort Food Pantry. That finally concludes Saturday. Now we're on to Sunday with the church services. My church committee has been working with Commissioner Waldridge, who is also planning some activities on that Sunday. We're going to partner with her. She's got some plans in the works with some other churches. We will be bringing in an international artist who does a rendition of one of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s famous sermons. He will be participating in those Sundays activities. And that's basically gonna wind up our 3-day June event. It's full of packed goodies, fun, educational, and we would love to have the county as an official sponsor of this event along with 4. The city commission, they met and they voted yes, they will be an official sponsor. And as an official sponsor, we are requesting the county to provide $5,000 to 4 for this event. So I am humbly asking that the magistrates approve a resolution that will allow that to happen. Any questions? I'd be more than happy to answer. Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Ed, thank you for being here, and thank you for everything you do for our community. Quick question. As I read through your information here, it said that you talked to Dr. Little of Jefferson County Schools to help promote the event. My question is, have we talked to Lexington, and how do you intend to promote the event?
Well, we're going to use social media. We're going to be on TV. We're going to get the radio stations, the television stations. We will be talking to the Urban League and the NAACP chapters in Louisville, also with the running clubs that we can identify. Debbie Brown, who runs the 5K, she's helping me to reach out to not only Lexington, but those in Shelbyville, those in Louisville, those in the surrounding area that might possibly want to come in and register for this. So if you have any other ideas on how we can promote and get the word out, please drop me a line, let me know. We'll take you up on that.
Okay, again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Squire Tracy?
Thank you for being here with us, Mr. Poe. Quick question. Do you have like a budget breakdown as far as expenses and so forth of what this event's going to cost?
I am estimating, I'm working with Debbie, trying to use the figures since we've never done this before. We're trying to take a look at what her expenses were and then kind of parallel that for a first time event here. We're probably looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of about $20,000, I think.
Okay. And then obviously has anyone spoken to, I know we do a lot of family friendly events at Lakeview Park. Has anyone spoken to emergency management in regards to a plan and or to the sheriff's office in regards to traffic control and safety?
Yes.
Yes. The sheriff department, they have already committed that they will be there. They will have some of the deputies there for this event. So I think, especially since we're going to be on the outside of the park at one section of the run, they have committed to being there to help us with traffic control and any other instances. So yeah, we have touched base with them and made that connection.
Okay. What about as far as the city and potentially having an ambulance service, fire truck there, et cetera?
I've talked to a couple of the firefighters. I need to talk with the chief. I've got a call in to him, but that's one of the things on my to-do list. One of the reasons I'm starting so early is that I can do all these things. So I've got a checklist. I'm kind of checking it off, and he's on that list because I know that I'm going to need somebody out there to do that. So yes, to answer your question, we will have someone, and Debbie suggested that we have someone in a cart that kind of follows the runners as they run through. So we're going to set it up very similar to what she did with the Frosty 5K.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Poe, thank you very much for being here. It's exciting times. Thank you for spearheading this event. I think it's a fantastic event, and it's packed full of lots of things for people for all ages, young people to older people, and that's just wonderful. And it's a good way to celebrate this historic occasion. So thank you again. This will be on the agenda to vote on, and I can't tell you how long. So I'll have Tambra give you a call in the morning, let you know what the next step is, or she'll email you. She'll get in touch with you. Okay.
Thank you. One last thing, I will need a logo for the county so that we can make sure that we get that logo on the t-shirts that are being created now.
We'll get that, no question. That'll be easy to do. Andrew Tippett will make sure that you get that.
Yeah, I actually, I tried to email it to you earlier today, Mr. Poe. So if you didn't get that, just let me know and I'll resend it.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll check my email as soon as I get home.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, thanks again. Thanks again. Okay, now we have another great event to talk about, and we're going to ask Diane Strong to come forward. Yeah, there's Diane. I see her. Diane, welcome, and you're going to talk a little bit about last year's Bourbon on the Banks and this year's sponsorship. Welcome, Diane.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here. Just a brief recap from last year. I think everybody can agree it was a great event. We had a 27% increase in attendees. We had over 32 states represented. 55% of the people that came here were from out of state. And that's in compared to only 45% in 2019. So we're really happy about that and the tourism that it's bringing. I did do several surveys that I sent out to attendees, to my volunteers, to the distilleries, to the local community, just to get feedback and to get anything that I can learn from to make it a better event this year. And I have to say, it's really hard to find anything that was negative. It was so overwhelmingly positive. It was wonderful. I've also gone out and spoken to the local merchants and tried to get as much feedback there to improve the event. So in general, we're really happy with last year. This year, you know, I never really quit working. Been planning pretty strongly since the very beginning of January. We are planning very similar as to last year. We're going to have the VIP event at the History Center on Friday. And that's going to have the bourbon auction and some mingling with some master distillers. This year, we've got a barrel pick. It's an E.H. Taylor barrel pick, and that's pretty exciting. They had a proxy bidding during the pandemic with that same barrel pick, and it brought $50,500. So we're excited to see what it goes for this year. Also on Friday, we're doing the Bourbon Street on Broadway, which is the free community event. It's really focused on bringing the locals out and enjoying the weekend. And so that one we are having again. We have an area at that event called the Kid Zone. It's completely free. It's a safe little area with lots of, there's face painting and there's tumbling, and we've got some, the ballet groups coming out, and there's just all kinds of free things for the kids to do. And that is on the old Capitol lawn, where the main event is on Broadway there. The whole event is kid friendly, family friendly, but when you're walking around and you've got the circus going on and everything going on, it's, you know, you got to kind of hold on to your kids, and because there's a lot of people. And that kid zone is a place where the parents can relax for a minute, let go of them, let them run and have a good time, and they can still see everything that's happening. So there's that. And then Saturday event is going to be the big event down at the river. We are capping it at 2,000 people. The goal of this event is to keep the integrity and keep it educational, focused on bourbon history, and learning about the process of distilling bourbon, meeting the distillers and their brand ambassadors. And personally, my goal is to keep that integrity, keep it small. I don't want people waiting in lines to talk to people. It's going to remain fairly intimate like that. Going forward, this event has the potential to get much larger, but in that sense, we'll add another day as opposed to increasing the numbers at that event. So we may be adding, we'll have the after party as well. Sorry, that's in the planning, and it may change a little bit this year. We're not sure. We may have a couple neat little VIP things happening on the Saturday event where people can do one-on-one tastings. Throughout the weekend, we have a lot of things going on. So we've got the Historical Society does tours, and we advertise that on our website. You know, there's the walking tours. We've got the boat tours, Kentucky River tours that teams up with us, and they do the tours, and they do a lot of history, the river history, the bourbon history. Our advertising this year is really focused on, this isn't just a big party. This is about learning about us and what got us here. Bourbon, the Buffalo Trace. It's, you know, it's more than just a big party. It really is. It's all about bourbon, and just, you know, we are asking the county if you would please be the sponsor of the Kids Zone. I think it's appropriate. We've got, I mean, it's designed specifically for the locals, especially, and the families. And I know last year when I asked for you guys to sponsor Bourbon Street on Broadway, some of the responses that I heard was, you know, we're more than just bourbon. And, you know, that event is really about families and, you know, bringing the community out. So I thought that you all might be more keen to sponsor that specific item. I did bring Robin Anatucci with me. I'm hoping that she could shed some light on how Bourbon on the Banks benefits city and county especially. And I think she's here with us if you want to talk to her a little bit.
Okay, I'll call on her, but I think I missed the dates, Diane, if you don't mind. What were the dates?
So it's September 30th and October 1st. We have voted to make it the first weekend in October going forward.
Okay. September 30th and October the 1st. All right. Robin, welcome. And I remember seeing you and you were working really hard and moving from one booth to another, and Diane was working extremely hard too. And there were so many people from out of town and just talking about what a great event in our community. So Robin, you can expand on that.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, it was a great event. We had a presence at the Friday night event and saw a lot of people, both, you know, from the community as well as out of town. And then, as Diane said, there were quite a number of states and visitors represented from all over the United States. So, you know, it is an event that raises the awareness of Frankfort's presence to travelers. People came here, many of them obviously bourbon aficionados. But, you know, it brings people to our community and tying in some of our activities with our partners like Kentucky River Tours, the KSU boat, the Kentucky History Center and others, you know, was a way to sort of expand the opportunities and hopefully, you know, encourage people to stay overnight and for several days. We did see a bump in our, I have a report that I think I've told you in the past that I get weekly that's sort of a high level summary of occupancy in our hotels for those hotels that report. Not all of them do, but we did see a bump last year in that week. So that's an indication that some of the folks that came did spend the night here, which is of course, you know, brings more money here. So, you know, this is an event that we really don't have another solely focused bourbon event. We are the heart of the bourbon industry. We're the history, we're the beginning of it in many ways. And so I think having an event here that is bourbon focused is good for us going forward with our presence in that niche of tourism.
Thank you. Diane, I'll turn it back to you and then we'll let the court ask questions.
I just wanted to add just a couple more things. I speak to people who buy tickets and ask questions all the time. It's my phone number that's on the website. And I can't tell you how many people who have called or emailed me and said, we had such a great time last year. We're actually going to book several days and make a whole week out of it because there's so many things to do. I have been working closely with the web design, and we have a page that's dedicated to visiting Frankfort. And I asked that they not just add the hotels and places to park, but to list all of the different activities, whether it's visiting the Capitol or going to Coast Spring Park or Salado. And you can go visit the website and you can look, and there's a link there that goes to all the different things we have going on, county and citywide.
Very good. All right, Diane, thank you very much. And let's see if there are some questions from, okay, Squire Muller, you can go first.
Thank you, Judge. Robin, thank you for being here. Diane, thank you for being here. Question, you'd mentioned Buffalo Trace. How were they involved in this event, or maybe the event last year?
Well, last year, because of the pandemic, corporate would not allow them to partake physically in any event. They donated generously to our VIP auction. And we expect that they'll do that as well. We are in talks this year. They haven't opened up to doing events. They do, from what I understand, those that I'm talking to, they are very hopeful that they'll be allowed to do events. And we are, if that's the case, we are hoping to have what we call a Sazerac lab, which is the chemists from Buffalo Trace, talking to all of our attendees so they can geek out about how bourbon's made and what affects it. And hopefully they'll be sampling at the event. And we're asking to have Harlan Wheatley come to the VIP to do the master distillers there. Now that's a big ask, and I'm not saying that's happening for sure, but that's really our goal. When I did look through the surveys, a lot of people said, where was Buffalo Trace last year? And it's kind of heartbreaking because, you know, that's our distillery here in town, but you know, they have to make decisions, and that was one, and they weren't the only one. There were several larger, especially distilleries, that were not allowed to do anything last year.
Okay, thank you very much.
But we know Buffalo Trace is very supportive in doing everything they can. That's the main point is.
And, you know, excuse me, sorry.
Go ahead, Robin.
I'm sorry, just going to add, there's kind of a symbiotic relationship in a way, because you've got an event that's attractive to bourbon interested parties. And of course, Buffalo Trace is a big draw as well. And not only are people attracted to take a tour there, but they come there sometimes for multiple days to see what's on the shelf so they can buy. So they may come from a lot, and then they're here for a couple of days looking to shop. They see an event, they might go to that. So it kind of can work together. I think that's a nice feature too, because the draw of people coming to buy bourbon at Buffalo Trace, as you might know, if you ever drive by there and see the line, is pretty significant.
And that's saying it mildly, especially on Blanton's or Weller Day. It's huge. Okay, any other questions? Squire Blackburn.
Yes, thank you, Diane. Is this a sole sponsorship, or are there multiple sponsors for Kid Zone, or would it just be to ask to the county?
You would be the only one sponsoring the Kid Zone.
Okay.
The Bourbon Street on Broadway is sponsored by Free Credit Union.
Okay. Okay. Have you asked the city for any sponsorships?
So far we have the MOU, and we have asked for additional, and that's not been approved yet. I mean, they're waiting to put that through. Their in-kind sponsorship is pretty hefty when it comes to the hours that they have to put towards our event.
Sure.
But they were very pleased with the way it was run this previous year, and are entertaining the idea of adding money to that. So.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed it said tax deductible donation. Is that because of the 14 event tickets at $65 each?
I believe so, yes. My marketing team put that together.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And want to thank Ms. Antonucci and Ms. Strong for being with us tonight. I've pulled the item out of our book to ask a couple of questions just about this handout that's actually in the book. I guess back in the voting part, there wasn't anything in regard, I think, to the work session here. I'm looking on page 2, and in this document it says that it will generate grant funds for community enhancement.
Yes.
What will the sale of bourbon, what's going to generate the grant funds? It just so I have a sense of like where that's going to go, and then I've probably got a couple of questions in regard to that afterwards, just to follow up, because I just want to make sure I understand what that means.
Okay, so our budget to put the event on is almost $100,000. It's about $95,000. And when you look at the projected revenue, you know, we always put money aside for next year. And, you know, we are able to allocate money and give it to the certain beneficiaries. The money comes from ticket sales and sponsors. So, and what we mean by the community enhancement projects, we are putting money aside into the Bluegrass Community Foundation. And by putting it there, we can target specific projects that we want done. Specifically, this next year, we're hoping to put money towards the removal of invasive species along the riverfront where the event takes place. And then going
Okay.
forward, it will be specific things. We are hoping that it meets our mission statement. And so anything that I believe enhances the tourist experience. So whether it's, wayfarer signs or anything that's going to make a tourist, enjoy their visit better.
So it sounds like the Bluegrass Community Foundation is going to manage these grant funds. So is there an application process that people will be able to, or people, groups will be able to apply for? And are they kind of categorized to special areas? Or I just want to make sure I understand, because this is, I work with a lot of organizations in the community, and everybody's looking for grant dollars. So it's just a good way to help inform the community if this is something that will be available to them.
Well, from what I understand, with several conversations with Harry Carver, the money, the money isn't for the foundation to use however they want to do it. It's the money can be used the way we designate it to be used. So if a community member comes to us and says we would love to, do this, then we would consider it. We have to manage the money. It's nothing will get done if we just leave it there. So we've got to decide what we want to do, and then the removal of the invasive species, I'm going to have to coordinate with the parks, and they're going to have to hire some people, and
So really, the Blue Community Foundation is not managing the grant funds. Someone else will be managing those and then distributing those. So who's going to, what would be the application process, and who's going to be doing that?
Our board will be in charge of deciding the use of the funds. So they would just approach the board. They could approach me or the president of the board to have it put on the agenda and a request.
Okay. Do you know, and I'm just curious, on that same page, there's a bullet at the bottom where it says that $15,000 was awarded to K-State, and $10,000 was awarded to DFI awarded to DFI grant from 2021 proceeds. Let me read that. $15,000 awarded to KSU and $10,000 awarded to DFI grant from 2021 proceeds. How was it determined how that would be apportioned? And I don't know, what is the DFI grant? I just want to make sure I understand it.
Right. So the DFI was given the $10,000. It wasn't to go to their bottom line. It was to go to a specific item. And I believe that's why it was called a grant as opposed to just a donation to DFI. And it sounds like they are going to be using it to market the downtown area, a marketing plan that they've put together.
And then the $15,000 to K-State was that for scholarships? That's mentioned in here multiple times. I mean that's what that is for, right?
Right. It's for scholarships for the distillation and fermentation program, and we will manage those scholarships. The students will apply directly to us. We're going to have a subcommittee that will work with the students and get that done.
Okay. As I look on page 3, that question kind of gets to some of this. On page 3, there's a sentence: a portion of the proceeds are used to fund scholarships for the Kentucky State University Fermentation and Distillation Science Program to stimulate economic development in the downtown district of Frankfort. So is there a direct correlation between, it sounds like, at least in this, that there's a direct correlation between that fermentation and distillation science program that stimulates economic development which sounds very interesting and unique. So how does it generate that? Because that sounds very unique.
I think the way it's supposed to be written is the money is being used for the scholarships and that program and to stimulate the downtown economic. But, you know, I think anytime you give to the Kentucky State University, we're giving back to downtown, right? I mean, those students are here and they're part of our communities.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I'm working on some side projects with Kentucky State, so I absolutely very, very supportive of that. And the research farm is in the area that I represent, so I'm out there pretty often. On page 5, this desired economic outcomes, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th bullet where it talks about the Franklin County raise money for community enhancement projects. So again, that is, and it says through the community fund. So that's nothing separate. That's something we've already talked about, where the board of Bourbon on the Banks would actually distribute it for community enhancement, or is this separate than the grants? Or I just want to make sure that I'm the train of thought all the way through this.
Right. That's referring to what we've already discussed. Yes.
Okay, great. Let me see. I may have something else flagged. I just want to make sure. No, I think that's it. I've got the community enhancement programs flagged again, but it sounds like that is a decision that the Bourbon on the Banks board makes as to how the money gets allocated out. Thank you.
Right. And I should say that since I sent that deck to you all, we have recently voted to add one more beneficiary. And that is the White Oak initiative, which if you're familiar with the bourbon distilling process, it requires a virgin oak barrel. And that requires a lot of oak trees. And the White Oak initiative is dedicated to the sustainability of the white oak and responsible farming of it. We feel that that's really important. So right now, the proceeds from our merchandise store online is going towards that. And at the next meeting, I'm going to ask a vote to have some extra proceeds put towards that as well.
Okay. One other question. This request is coming to us outside of the typical request we hear with the budget. And in the past, Bourbon on the Banks has come to us at that time asking for some funding. So will this be the request that is made by the group to Franklin County Fiscal Court?
Yes, ma'am. I just like to be very efficient and get things done. So I just requested it now.
Sure. I was just trying to understand if there were going to be multiple requests or separate requests or what those potentially were. And I think Squire Blackburn asked earlier about this specific request in regard to what entities would be potentially sponsoring the kids zone area. So that helps. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Squire Tracy, you're next, and then Squire Blackburn. Squire Tracy had his hand up way back.
Thank you too for joining us tonight. You've identified that the event is on September the 30th and October the 1st, or through October the 1st. Now that you've made us aware of the event, would there be any reason that we can't push this back to the budget session and it be a request while we're doing budget?
When is the budget session? Approximately what month is that?
It won't get passed until June. I think.
Yeah, we'll start in May, June. It'll take effect July 1.
I would prefer it before then. We're trying to line up our sponsors now, and we have a lot of sponsors that are asking for what's available to be sponsored. At that point, I was hoping to have all the sponsorships in line. If my choice is nothing or wait, then I will wait.
Okay. And then my next question would be, obviously we supported the event last year, and was happy to do so. I think it was successful per se. And personally, I'm not in favor of the sponsorship of the Kid Zone in regards to the event, because it's featuring alcohol. So for me, I look at it like it's, kids, alcohol. So I'm not saying I'm not in favor of supporting your event. I'm just not there with, quote unquote, being the sponsor of the Kid Zone, if that makes sense. And I hope you understand.
All right, Squire Blackburn. You're on mute, Squire Blackburn.
I've got a habit of that, don't I? Thanks again. When you brought the scholarships, it reminded me, I know we're a couple years into this, and I think our community loves good news stories and everything we do. I know it was a highly successful event last year. Have we had any students apply for these distillation and scholarships? And if we have, how many have actually benefited from it?
We have not had anyone apply. When we voted to set the $15,000 aside for KSU scholarships, we had not heard back on the status of the 2019 donations. As it stands, those funds have still not been used. So I'm thinking that they will offer, I'm not sure how that's going to work out. I'm guessing that any student, to explain why that might have happened, is that that program was created, I believe, with a bunch of grants. And with those grants came funding for some students, some scholarship money possibly. And that was enough for the students that they had in the program. And then, of course, we had the pandemic year. They didn't get the funds until, the event took place in the fall, and then the program starts the next fall. And so that was the pandemic. So it's very possible that that's what happened, and that's why it wasn't used. So those funds are available to those students this year, I would guess. We have not advertised that these ones are available yet. We literally just voted on it last month.
Do you know how much is in that fund right now? 15,000 plus the first year's scholarship contribution?
The first year scholarship contribution is at KSU, and it's earmarked for scholarships that they will hand out. And that was 10,000. 5,000 had gone to the band, and I believe 10,000 went to the students. And then this year it's 15,000 for the students, and then we will offer those scholarships.
Oh, okay. So 5,000 went to the school band, and then there's 5,000 in scholarships from the first year. Is that correct?
There was 10,000 in scholarships to the students the first year.
Oh, I got you. All right. Thank you. That's I'm sure those students will be more interested in the program when they know there's some financial aid available for them. So that's great.
Quite a bit of it.
Thanks.
Okay. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Diane, I'm going to circle back to Squire Tracy's point. It's a valid point. Is there any other scholarships, sponsorships that you could think of if, and I'm just speaking for myself, because I got a feeling, I'm kind of leaning that way too because of the kid and alcohol thing. Would there be another scholarship, even if we committed to the $5,000, is there another sponsorship that you can think of that you could maybe talk about that we could look at?
Absolutely. You can just be what we call like a partners sponsor, which is, you get your logo on everything and your name on everything as being a sponsor, and we just give you a nicer ticket package. That's a very popular way to go. We absolutely don't have to do the Kids Zone. That's not an issue.
Okay, thank you. And I guess since we're kind of in a work session, I would lean towards more of just being a sponsor for the whole event.
not specifically the kids zone, but that's just me. So I'm throwing it out there. Thank you, Diane.
Absolutely. And I can send that, that deck. I can email that to you guys to see what it looks like. It's very similar. It's just a lot more tickets and it's about, you know, tickets and not having your name on anything like that.
No, yeah, and that's fine. And I hope you understand, you know, a lot of the things we do at Lakeview Park and things like that are just super family oriented. And, you know, I'm proud of this court for supporting this event. But, you know, I think I would personally rather be just a big sponsor for it than an individual kid zone sponsor. So
sure,
me.
absolutely.
Thank you again.
Okay, anybody else? All right. Diane, I bet you didn't think you're going to get that many questions. Thank you for your answers. And thank you for informing us. We really appreciate it. Robin, thank you for being on as well. Diane, it will come to a vote in our voting session, which I don't know how long that'll be, but we'll get with you tomorrow and let you know how all that works out. We'll be asking the court to do $5,000 in a bit. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate you.
Wait a minute. Squire Muller, do you have a question for them?
Judge, I do for you, just to make sure I get this right. So I just don't know how everybody else feels, and I don't want to get into the voting session and it be wrong. You know, I mean, if we need to change something, do we have to do it now? And that's just me, and everyone else might be fine with what.
No, when we come to the item, we're not at the item, and you could say that you would like, and if there are 4 people that say they would prefer it just to be a donation, we can go that route, and that's how we'll vote on it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Judge. Thank you again, Diane.
Okay, all right, Diane, thanks. A wonderful job. Thank you so much. I was so proud of you last year, and so many people. It was fantastic. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, the next item on the agenda is authorization and approval of our minutes from our last meeting of February the 11th, 2022. Any questions on that? The next item on the agenda is authorization to receive the sheriff's quarterly report for 12 months ending December 31st. Sheriff Choir, you've got authorization to receive the sheriff's county fee settlement and also surplus vehicles. So Sheriff, we'll put you on for 3 items.
Can you hear me, Judge?
We can hear you.
I've got my camera turned on, but I don't think it's showing up, but you probably don't want to look at me anyway. It's fine. Yes, this is good news for us. You know, we come to the end of the year and we stayed within our budget and paid all our bills and did all the things we pledged to do. And we gave Susan a check already and reconciled our accounts. It's already cleared, and everything from 21, as far as I'm concerned, is done, and it was successful. And the excess fees that we turned over was $4,591.68, which was actually $440.68 more than we projected. So not a lot of extra, but at least we did what we said and gave back some money.
Well, we thank you for that. There were times in the past that we didn't get excess fees. So I'm whatever it is, we're appreciative of it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Our next item, did anybody have any questions? If not, I think we're on the plus vehicles.
No, we're on the sheriff's quarterly report, your December 31st report.
Okay, yes. I guess it kind of wraps into our excess fees since, you know, that was the end of our year. It was our 4th quarter, and you see the numbers there, and it ended up at 2.926761.74, which that's where we came up with the excess fees of the $45.91.68.
Okay. And now you've got your surplus of 3 vehicles.
Yes, you know, about a month ago, we surplused that truck and ended up getting another one, which was really good for us because we're replacing vehicles. 2 of these vehicles are 2016 models, and you can see the trade-in value for the F-150 is $25,000, and
the trade-in for the Explorer is 10,000. And then of course, the 2020 Tahoe, we actually paid 37,000 for it. We're getting 35 for it. And it's, 60,000 miles, which puts it out of the powertrain warranty. So I think it's a really good deal for us because we can buy on contract price, which is reasonable, and sell for a pretty good price right now.
All right, Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge, and Sheriff, thank you for being on today. Will any of the equipment that is in these trade-in vehicles be able to be installed in the new vehicles? Will they just swap out one-to-one?
Yes. The 2020 Tahoe, everything will fit. We checked the cage, lights, radio, console. Now the 2016 Explorer will just be able to use lights, radio, of course the dash cam. So we'll still have to get a cage, but we actually have one out of the 2019 wrecked Explorer that we had. So those will be good. And then the the F-150 that we're trading for a Tahoe, we don't upfit because that person's assigned to the DEA task force.
Okay. Who will, is this work that can be done there in the work bays that are behind the sheriff's office, or will we have to send this to a specific group to have that work done of the swapping out of the equipment?
No, we, as you know, because you were on a site visit up here and seen us doing a little bit of work, but we've been fortunate with our part-time mechanic that we've been able to do a lot of the upfitting lately ourselves. So it saves a whole lot of time and money.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Sheriff, for being on. Quick question. What is the lead time on the vehicles you're looking to purchase?
They actually have over 100 of these Tahoes in stock, believe it or not. So they're readily available. It's just a matter of going through the process of the surplus and then talking friend and then writing the check for us.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'll be sure to tell Lucas you did a good job tonight.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Let's go to the next item. Thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, sir. Have a good evening.
Be safe.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is authorization to approve the resolution in support of sponsoring the Focus on Frankfurt Juneteenth 3-day event in Frankfurt and Franklin County. They ask it for a $5,000 pledge to help sponsor this event. You've heard Mr. Poe talk about it. Any questions? Any more questions on that? All right. We'll move on to the next item. The next item is, and you've heard Diane Strong talk about the authorization to approve the 2022 Bourbon Street on Broadway Kids Zone sponsorship. And so you've got some suggestions. Squire Tracy.
Thanks, Judge. Back to the previous item. Sorry, I have my hand up. This is a new event to our community. Moving forward, the one thing that I would ask is that Mr. Poe and his group just try to help us in regards to keeping in line with budget discussions and so forth. So if this is an event that he thinks is going to happen next year under next year's budget, I just think it would be just to keep it uniform and clean and clear to ask during that session, if possible. Thank you.
I thought somebody wanted to not do sponsor Kids Zone. I thought you said that, Squire Tracy, that you didn't want us to sponsor.
No, sir. I had my hand up for the item before the Bourbon on the Banks. I was talking about in regards to Mr. Poe, in regards to his item. That being a new event, I understand that he probably wasn't aware of our budget schedule.
Okay, I understand. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you.
Are you ready to move on now to the next one? Okay, so let's move on now to authorization to approve the 2022 Bourbon Street Broadway Kids Zone sponsorship. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I guess now's the time. I mean, I completely support the event. I think it's a great event for Franklin County, but I'm not 100% about supporting the Kids Zone, and that's just me, just because. So, I would rather just see us, I'm fine with the money. I'd rather just see us be one of the main sponsors for the event. So I'd like to hear from the rest of the court. Thank you.
Squire Booth?
I agree with Squire Mueller on that issue.
Anybody else? Squire Moore?
100% agree with Squire Tracy and Squire Mueller on this. Don't want to support, don't want to sponsor the kids zone, but be glad to sponsor the event.
Okay. Squire Blackburn?
I totally agree as well. It's been a great event, and I know events like this grow, and I know there's probably a day when they won't need our money, but as long as it's bringing people in our community and our restaurants and our hotels, I think it's great to be a part of it. And but again, I think Scotty said it best. The draw is bourbon. The first name in the word is bourbon, and to have Kids Zone and a bourbon event, I totally get it. I totally understand it. But at the same time, I wouldn't want Franklin County taxpayer citizen money going towards, promoting kids in a bourbon event.
We are still sponsoring the bourbon event though.
Yeah, but not on a big flag that says Kids Zone. I think it's a distinctive difference. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. So I think there's enough votes there to remove Kid Zone and Bourbon Street sponsorship for 5,000.
So I was thinking that we could just, if it's okay with the court, authorization to approve 2022 Bourbon on the Banks sponsorship in the amount of $5,000.
Did you all hear that? All right.
Okay.
All right. The next item is
Judge.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Just to follow up on the last item, along with this one. In the past, this request has came to us during the budget time. Moving forward, I would just hope that, again, to keep everything clean. I know there's some new things that Ann sent out as far as requirements and so forth for people to be able to receive monies from the county. So just moving forward, again, we're several months away for this event. So again, I support it, but would definitely be in favor of it coming through during budget session. So thank you.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. And if you would send a letter to them, to Diane Strong, Bourbon on the Banks, that if they're going to continue to ask us for money, that they be part of the process and get their application in for next year. But that still doesn't put us in what I will do. I guess what we'll do, Ann, is we'll make sure that it's on the list for this year, that we'll put it in there for next year, Ann, if you don't mind.
Would you like me to request that they send the same articles of information that we asked the other agencies for?
Yes.
I think that would be great. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, but let's make sure we get it in for this year as well, okay? Which will be for next year's budget.
Yeah, but we'll be funding, I think what the sticky wicket, and I'm sorry I brought this up. The sticky wicket for me is they're asking for an event that falls within the next year budget.
Well, we wouldn't make the donation until the next year's budget anyway. If you all make the commitment now, there's plenty of commitments you've made in advance. I'm sorry, this is Susan, that you don't make until future years. So yeah, we wouldn't be writing a check until next fiscal year. So it would have to be incorporated into the FY23 budget. You're correct.
Yeah, I'm just making sure everybody gets that. That's
right.
Thank you.
Squire Tracy.
Yes, Judge. And if it's okay with you guys, and could you also ask, I'd like to ask the same question that I did of Mr. Poe in regards to funding and expenditures and things of that nature? Do they have a detailed item list available?
Yes, a recent budget is one of the items we ask for.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Next item on the agenda, authorization to approve Lakeview Park Master Plan as presented by Hitchcock Design Group. Before we get into that, Susan and Ann, I want Susan, you to go first if you would. There's Randy on. Good to see you, Randy. Thank you for being on. I think you've got Susan, you wanted to ask some questions and talk about the financial side. And then then Ann's got some things that we need to talk about before we take any more steps. Go ahead, Susan.
Good evening. The questions I had were really, I guess, intended maybe to follow with the court's discussion, but because the funding mechanism really hasn't been discussed, there's been some loose, I think, information from Hitchcock talking about transient room taxes and so forth. But as far as capital funding, I really haven't seen any capital funding plans to even get the startup going. And the money as far as the convention center is concerned, the city of Frankfurt already is collecting, I think, a transient room tax of 1%. And they've not really been involved in this discussion about locating a convention center at Lakeview Park and committing those funds towards this effort. So it's a little, maybe a circular situation about the cart and horse and where the money's going to come from. But I was thinking in context, in particular, of our energy project that we had and the way that funding was and that whole project was presented, that we recognized up front that we were going to have to bond it. We were going to have to service the debt for a number of years before we recognized any kind of savings or offset. And this particular project just has not had, that I have seen, the in-depth discussion about a capital funding mechanism or a commitment of any kind of tax base or a new tax dedicated towards this effort. It's March, it's always the time of year and we've talked about it before, about raising the insurance premium tax and designating funds for different purposes. And that is as something that requires a strategy, because it takes 18 months before you even see the first dollar. And that has never been accepted by Fiscal Court. So I would like to hear more from Fiscal Court or about what funding mechanism they're planning to dedicate, and if they've talked with the city about using, that this is the location for a convention center and that money would be dedicated for that purpose.
We've got Randy on. I think Randy had talked a little bit from Hitchcock Group about some possible ways of funding, but not real concrete. Randy, you want to speak to that?
I can give you a brief overview. In the document on page 70, we do have, or Phil from Parnan from PROS, who was on our team, put together a funding and financial strategy. There are a number of ways that this could be done, but it's going to depend on the fiscal court to determine what's best fit for you and for your community. One of the recommendations that they made was to create a sports and events tourism commission that would lead the charge on something like this. There were a project over in Paducah that we're working on that has been brought up in the past. They did something similarly, and this provided them an opportunity to, one, create a dedicated funding source, but also put together a group that kind of took this project on. And I think that's something that you need to consider
in order to move this forward, because I think you've all probably heard or seen the document. There are a lot of moving parts here. It's a great opportunity for the community from an economic development standpoint, but there definitely, you need some leadership, a group to move this forward. And so as I looked at some of the recommendations that our teammate Phil from Pros was putting together, the one that really jumped out to me based on the conversations that I've had with many of you throughout the life of this project, the idea of creating some type of sports and tourism commission seemed to make a lot of sense. But again, that is entirely up to you all. You know your community obviously far better than I do as to what would work best for you.
I think where Susan's coming from, Randy, and I asked you this question is, we're talking about building a building. There's difference in fields, I guess, but when you're building a building of this magnitude, you got to have money up front to pay for it. The Sports Authority comes on the back end to help you can't get money from the Sports Authority if you don't have the building to have the event. So until the building is built, there has to be some upfront money to pay the contractors to build the building. So therein lies where do we come, how do we finance this until we can permanently finance it? I think, Susan, is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, and that seems to be a decision of fiscal court of what kind of commitment's going to be made, either from general funds or from bonding. That's a commitment from fiscal court. What tax revenue is going to be dedicated, new tax revenue, or if they're going to divert existing taxes from existing agencies, and that has not been discussed at all. And that seems like square one.
Yeah, that is the next. You're absolutely right. That is the next step. Now that the vision's been created, that we've submitted the document based on what we've heard from the community, and we feel confident in the program, how it could work, and again, the economic development opportunities that it would bring to the community. But the next step is you have to figure out, how do we want to pay for this? And I'm a landscape architect. I'm not going to pretend to be the guy on the financial end of things. Unfortunately, Phil could not join us tonight. Hopefully he'll come in. He's in a meeting right now, but he's going to try to get involved if he gets out of his meeting. But there are a number of things at your disposal, and I think you all have to decide which is the best fit for you. And if there are questions that come up that we need answers from Phil, I see a hand up already.
Yeah, I was going to let you finish, and I was going to call on Squire Booth. Squire Booth, go ahead.
I am so grateful to the treasurer for bringing up this issue. The county residents now look at us as Santa Claus, that we are giving them a present. Now they're mad because they don't get everything they want. In fact, I thought the people that were the families of the firefighters were people that you let in to complain about not having a swimming pool. I was dreading that, and I'm glad it didn't happen. But we cannot go forward with this project. I was against it from the beginning because we cannot afford it. People don't realize it's taxpayers' money, their money that we are spending. So that is my take on the matter.
Thank you, Squire Booth. I think there's another aspect that we need to talk about, Randy, which I think is is a cloud looming over us. And I am assuming that you all didn't know this because it was never brought up, but and Northcutt has found out through Department of Local Government that we got some issues with what's being proposed here. And I'll let you go next.
Yes, good evening, Court. And just to give a little bit of history, I'm sure most of the magistrates know this, but for anyone who's watching, going back about a little over 20 years ago, when Lakeview Park was purchased and starting to be developed, since then we've received, at my count, about 9 or 10 major grants to do work to develop outdoor recreation amenities in Lakeview Park. 5 of those have been federal funds. Land and Water Conservation Fund program is one of the programs that we've used several times, for example, for the skate park, the splash pad. We've also used recreational trails grants to develop the trail system. So we've known since the beginning and talked about the fact that those amenities have a certain protection. Department for Local Government has clarified that further for me, which, you know, I regret that I didn't ask more questions of them while we were in the planning process, but it actually, the goal of those programs is to preserve green space for outdoor recreation. So of course the restrictions have to do with what else happens on that property going forward to make sure that there is as much, you know, preservation of that as possible. So what the process will be, once we have a plan approved by Fiscal Court, then I would start working with the Department for Local Government to apply to the National Park Service for a proposal to construct public facilities. And it also contains a compliance and stewardship form. So we would begin that process to ask for approval of anything that's done, especially building related, within the park boundaries. So the initial approval process will take at least 3 months, and it may take longer because of the size of this project. So that would be the next step after a plan is approved by court, is to ask for National Park Service to approve the plan that's been approved and go forward from there. So just wanted to let you know that I've started the conversation with DLG, have gathered the initial forms, and will be ready whenever the court is ready for me to take that next step.
Randy, did you know anything about this? Did you heard about this or run through this through anything that you all designed before?
There we go. Ann had sent some information out, and yes, we had looked into this, but what she found out here recently, she sent, or Charlie might have sent us an email copying us that information. We talked about it internally in the team, and it'll have to be reviewed, but based on what we're seeing, I don't see anything that would stop it. It's just another hoop that you're going to have to jump through in order to make this happen.
Okay, Squire Tracy, I saw your hand up a second ago.
I think when it comes to those indoor facilities and so forth with approvals, it really comes down to recreation and so forth. Is that right, Ann?
Yes, they want to make sure that it's connected to recreation, and specifically, if possible, to outdoor recreation. They may have questions about the civic center goal of using part of a building for that purpose, since that wouldn't necessarily be recreation connected all the time, and the fact that it would restrict use of the general public to certain areas during certain times, which we know that already happens, you know, during ball tournaments and certain things like that. But I think that their goal, as I said, is to preserve as much of the green space for outdoor recreation as possible. So they're very careful, and you know, it'll be an extensive process, and DLG has offered to work with me going through that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Randy, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna ask you this question. I've gone back and I don't remember how it ended up this way. When we started out, we did a survey, we did focal groups and all of that, and it was all talked about, all these needs, and swimming pool was obviously there. At some point, I haven't asked the Squires, but did somebody tell you not to put a swimming pool in? Because the answer that we got from you is why the swimming pool in there, because it was too expensive. And expense wasn't part of any other of the plans, but the swimming pool for some reason was just brought up that it was too expensive and wasn't in there. Was there, did you, how did that happen? How did the swimming pool not become any part of this plan?
Well, that was really driven by the study that Phil did. It wasn't a matter of it too expensive. It was, as we went through, and Shannon's on here, she can jump in, and I think it is written in the document. I'm not exactly sure which page, but it was clear to us that yes, the community wants some type of an aquatic facility. They absolutely do. But when Phil studied that and compared that to an indoor facility that would provide indoor recreation, as well as some of these other uses that we heard as far as high school graduations and community space, when he compared those two based on everything that was around, financially, the one that bubbled up to the top was what we ended up with today. So it wasn't that you can't, no, it's too expensive. It's just financially, and from the, the highest and best use, if you're going to pick one, the one that we're suggesting was the highest and best use. I mean, at this point, you could still turn around and decide to put an aquatic facility on there if you wanted to, but it's just not going to give you the return that what we're suggesting will. And we've been over that. I mean, I think we've talked about that a number of times. It came up in our last presentation. We just, unfortunately, Phil was there. We just weren't able to help explain that to the public.
Okay, Squire Tracy.
Thanks. Randy, I don't know if Phil's on or not, I can't see, but would the fact, obviously you all got a copy of the city's plan, parks plan. Would the fact that they had swimming pools indoor listed as a high priority, would that have had something to do with it?
I can't speak for Phil on that, but I know that he analyzed, I mean, when we started this process, we gathered a lot of information, and he went through and analyzed all of the information that we gathered. And my guess is if he's seeing that, and I think at some point there was some discussion about the YMCA, there was some discussion about, there were some existing swimming pools. But again, I don't want to speak for Phil, but I know based on the information we gathered and the research that he did, this is where we landed.
Thank you.
Or more, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, Judge, I received this 99 page, actually 100. I think there's a back sheet that's not numbered 2, plan Friday, and I've gone through it as much as I could in that amount of time. And I'm really not prepared to vote on this or even really do a good talk about it at this time. I think we need to put it off to another court session. But I did make it through part of it. And on page 75, it's got the ethnicity of this broken down. And it's 95% white people over $100,000 range. the responders to this were 95% white, and they make, 42% of them make over $100,000. So are we doing this for rich white people? I think this needs to be more in an inner city or within the city limits, and we need to partner with the city to do a convention center of this magnitude and get the things that were left out of this. Not against doing softball fields or whatever out there that we need to do, but this convention center, I don't think it's what we need in that part of the county. That's just my 2 cents at this time.
And are you requesting that we hold off any approving this as well?
Yes, I am. I haven't had time to go through this really like I should.
Okay.
And it's a very serious undertaking, and I've not been involved as much as you and the committee had, and to vote on it at this time, I'm not really prepared to do that with an educated vote.
Okay, well, let's have some more discussion, and Squire Tracy's got his hand
I
up.
can follow along with discussion on it, but and like I said, I've rushed through it, but takes me more than one time flipping pages and fine print to take it all in.
All right, Squire Tracy.
I've got a question for Tambra. Ms. Tambra, can you tell me when the information was sent out? I think it was requested that it go out as soon as possible after our last park committee meeting. Is that accurate?
I'd have to look back at my emails. I sent it out electronically and then printed out a hard copy for every one of you and sent out an email just letting you know it was there.
Okay, thank you.
That was before the park committee?
After the park committee meeting.
Yeah, right after.
Well, yes, when Squire Tracy contacted me.
I think it was last when I got a message that it was in my box.
Okay. Squire Blackburn.
Yes, thank you, Judge. You know, I've got children that live in this community. I'm a school teacher. I see over 1,000 students a day walk through my hall, and so this is really near and dear to my heart. When we had the meeting at the library, that's when I received the plan. I had it printed out for me, and I've watched every single park meeting. I've read the plan cover to cover. I've made notes on tons of pages. I've done my own research. I've spoken to people in, McCracken County that have done this exact same thing. I looked at their funding mechanisms. I've spoken to the people that are a part of that. I feel like there's tons of obstacles being pushed in our way by a myriad of folks, and I get it. Everybody wants it to be what they think is best. But I'll have to say, the consultants we're working with right now are professionals. They do this day in, day out. I think they're the premier folks on this side of the country. 85% of the plans they recommend and build get built. And I can't tell you of anybody that builds 85% of their plans. I've looked at the square footage of the buildings. I've looked at the price per square foot. I've dug deep today and did a lot of research. And I go back to the funding mechanism. We wanted to place an opportunity to research funding mechanisms in this plan before we even started, and that was shot down for whatever reason. And I understand, but we got to move this town forward. I know the guiding principles. It was said in the meeting at the Paul Sawyer Public Library. The guiding principles were the issue for the pool, and I get that. It was the number one thing that people wanted. but also in the documentation, and I'm just going off of memory. I'm not even looking at my notes right now. It was about fourth. It was down the list on stuff that people were willing to pay for. And I know the funding mechanism that they have in McCracken County with the Sports Commission, it's based on transient room tax. And I know I don't stay in hotels in Frankfurt because I live here. But I don't think a lot of people have gone to a tournament with travel teams, travel volleyball. My daughter played travel volleyball. I know folks have travel girls on softball teams, baseball teams. Our teams go to Florida. Our teams go to Myrtle Beach. We've got over 250 youth in this community that do football, and they've traveled all the way to Indianapolis and other places to play football. You go in that place, you buy an $8 Coke, you leave, you go to a restaurant, you leave, you stay in a hotel. And if you're going to pay 3% more on tax to stay in the town that you're staying in, that's a no-brainer. I'm not going to drive to Georgetown if my daughter is playing in a tournament in Frankfurt. I'm going to stay in Frankfurt. I know there was 3 hotels in McCracken County when they started their project. There's 12 now. The restaurants have exploded. They're making anywhere from $79,000 to $92,000 a month. I know their initial phase was bonding, and then it's paying for itself. And then the revenue generated for tourism. You know, we're just talking adding an extra 3% on. If in my mind, I know we haven't discussed this, but I've been doing a lot of research. You know, 6%, you double that. So if they can make 80 grand a year, tourism's not going to know what to do with all the money they're going to get. And that's outside of the commission for this project. So I think the funding mechanisms are there. People have done it all over the country. I think we're nearsighted to think, you know, we're smarter than the people that have done this multiple times. We've talked to the people. I've talked to the people. I've seen the roadblocks. They're small. They're overcomable. I'm a fix-it guy. If something's wrong, let's fix it. But let's not stop it. Let's not even not get the ball rolling before I understand. And, you know, she got those, the thing with the walking trails and the federal grants. I mean, I know she mentioned it, and she's got applications and forms, but it's the first thing I heard of tonight. I'd have liked that to have been in my packet that I received 48 hours ago. There's a lot of stuff. I just don't want to be a roadblock every time we have a meeting. I've had the time to read it, and I've got 2 full-time jobs, rental property, kids, travel. This is the job that we were made to do, and we took and we ran for, and I'm ready to do it. I just hope other people in the community can put their head in this plan, not just see it one-sided. This is a multifaceted plan. This was well thought out from folks that do this every day, that see obstacles in other communities and have corrected those and were prepared when they came to our community. This is something that will change transformationally our county, our children. I want my daughters. Here's the thing. The best and brightest in Frankfurt, they go to college, they never come back. I don't want to get on an airplane to see my grandkids. I want there to be a quality of life here, an opportunity here that they can look forward to and that people can look forward to. I know a lot of people come back here in retirement because of family, but we lose that with the homestead exemption. They don't draw the revenue. We need something, and we don't have it. And I think this is the best start we've seen since Swim Play Frankfurt came across the board. And I'm saddened about that, but I don't want to even talk there. We're moving now, and I'm ready to move. I'm ready to vote on it tonight. I just like the other people on the court to dig deep, look at this. We were hired to make decisions. Let's make them. That's where I'm at.
Anyone else? Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. I'm just gonna, I read in the last 24 hours, I've read the city plan. I've read the county plan altogether. I watched the most recent Fiscal Court Parks Committee meeting. And I believe, Judge, you had invited to that meeting the City Parks Director, I think, and representatives of the Lexington YMCA, which now controls and manages the Frankfurt YMCA facility. So I read about 600 pages in a span of 24, 36 hours. And I found some interesting things, I guess, in those documents. You know, when I read the city plan in its final plan, which was approved, in the recommendations section, they are going to do away with 2 tennis courts at Juniper Hills Park. They're going to convert those into futsal courts. That's going to cost them $62,000 and be a 2-year short-term project. I think the remaining, from what I recall in there, the remaining courts at Juniper Hills are going to be relined for pickleball. Now, I think they plan to hopefully be able to convert from one thing to the other, depending on trying to, I guess, touch all the offerings, as many offerings at that park, and to attract additional users for that. But that's also going to be a $62,000 cost. I do know that during that February 21st meeting of the Fiscal Court Parks Committee, the City Parks Director said that even though an indoor pool was a priority in the city plan, it was left out of the city recommendations at the end of that plan because the city was working with the Lexington YMCA to build a facility that includes a pool. And that was going to cover the pool needs for the community. And then the Lexington YMCA staff went on to discuss, I think, the substantial expense of an indoor pool operation. Now, you all were part of that meeting, so you all, I think, Judge, you were there, and Squire Tracy and Squire Muller. So you all may have some other firsthand information. I just watched it after the fact. But they elaborated on figures for specific pools that they operate indoor in Lexington. And then I think the City Parks Director added some information about the expense of an indoor pool in the park system that he was previously with, saying that just to replace the air conditioning unit that serviced that pool was $500,000. And then that he went on, I guess, to mention that in an indoor facility, I did see, I guess, in their plan that it was, they really didn't have that as a recommendation in the final recommendations of their plan. I did see a recommendation at the end for an indoor gym, but it was really for a feasibility update of, $31,000. So I guess, and then I guess on my comments for the Lakeview Park, the master plan there, I guess when I went to meetings and I've heard from people, I've observed, I guess, what I would call considerable passion from groups in the community. They're advocating for specific programs and specific elements of programs. And I guess the way I understand that the details for those things will be addressed in that design build phase for this project. For example, as I read this project, the written project for the Lakeview Park Master Plan, it does talk about the inclusion of a driving range. And I think there was some misinformation. People had reached out to me to ask, there was some email going around in the city saying that I didn't want a driving range. I haven't even been involved in the direct project. So I talked to the golf pro immediately and got that squashed. But when I read this plan, people were talking at the library about specific sizes for a driving range that are supposed to be in this plan. There's no detail in there for that at all. That will be discussed and hammered out in the design build. But what I did see was passion for those folks saying, we want this, and these are the sizes we want of specific things. I read about tennis in this master plan. That's going to be included in the indoor multi-purpose facility, but as are other programs. So I guess, hopefully I didn't fail to look at all the details, but I read 600 plus pages in the last day to try to come prepared to this meeting, and watch the most recent Parks Committee meeting where the city was involved in that, and folks from Lexington were here that control the YMCA now. So, I feel like based on those three things, both plans and hearing that, what they had to say at the meetings, I think I would be ready to go ahead and pursue this tonight, because I think this is one of those opportunities that comes along once in a lifetime. And if we miss it now, we've missed it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Squire Moore?
Judge, you might remember this when they revamped Juniper Hills. The plan was to build a Olympic type or size pool, and we as fiscal court wanted to cover that pool, and they thought that was great. They would do it, but they didn't do it. So I don't hold any stock in what the YMCA says they're going to do until they do it, or the city is in that matter. So I would rather with the city and build something that's really what we want.
Squire Muller?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Judge. And thank you to the Hitchcock Group for being here. As far as the pool, since our last park meeting, you know, I've had meetings with the city and with the school system, and I believe those two entities, and hopefully with us, we can figure the indoor pool out in a better location. And I agree with Squire Moore. I think we need to take it upon ourselves to figure that out as a fiscal court. And I think, you know, we can do that. I just want to thank the Hitchcock Group. In all seriousness, they, you know, we spent a lot of time figuring out who we wanted to hire. I think they went above and beyond what we needed. There's been a lot of things that have been thrown at them, and they've reacted in a positive manner. And I couldn't be more proud. I think, like some of the other squires said, this is a pivotal time in Franklin County and Franklin. I mean, we could literally change this community for decades. So I too am ready to move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Squire Tracy?
Thank you, Judge. You know, I'd like to just circle back and say something I've said many times before. Why not us?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Randy, for being on. And first and foremost, we can't move forward until we get approval to move forward. So, I mean, we're going to have to either pass or turn this plan down, and we'll just see how that goes. And then once, when we have a plan, we'll have to send it to the National Park Service, because it may be all mute. They may say we can't build a convention center out there. So we'll just have to see. So we'll be back in touch with you, Randy, and thank you. We'll see how it all plays out.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is authorization to approve additional funding requests for the Franklin County Humane Society. Sam Marcus, are you on? Sam Marcus?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Do you have a video?
Yeah. Let me see if I can get it started. There we go. Okay. Hi.
Hey, Sam.
Hey there. Nice to see everybody. Sorry for the sorry for the lighting. Gosh, terrible lighting there. But there's the new facility behind me, so there you go.
That's cool. Good deal.
Thank you. So, did you want me to say a few words?
Yes, sir. And talk about what you're asking for.
Okay, so quite a bit has changed since the last time I saw you all, which was last May. And the biggest thing that's changed is we're under construction, which is huge. We made the decision to move forward last fall. We decided that although we were not fully funded, we couldn't wait any longer. I think part of that was borne out by the fact that we had our 6th building flood last March. As a matter of fact, exactly a year ago. We were out of the shelter for a month then, and that was helpful to propel us in our decision to get this thing built. Again, we weren't fully funded. When I met with you all last May, we had a capital campaign goal of $1.6 million. At that time, we had raised about $1 million $1 million in 10 months. So we thought that we had about 600,000 left to go. Of course, then the pandemic dragged on for much longer, as we all know, than we had hoped or expected. And in the interim, then when we made the decision to go forward, we of course had to submit the project for bid. And of course, the bids came in well above what our budget was. We made every attempt to reduce that as much as possible, but we were probably about 15% over budget from the bids. Undeterred, we actually went ahead and instead of raising our $1.6 million campaign goal, we raised $2.4 million. We raised $1.4 million in 9 months. We're pretty proud of that. We have now raised, as you have in the letter that I sent you, the Franklin County Humane Society on our own, without any government funds, has raised $4 million for this project. We think that's pretty extraordinary in the city of Frankfort, and we're very proud of that. Unfortunately, now we have been hit with an additional expense for the project, which is $350,000 for the access road. The access road has been named Companion Way, and for those not familiar, it's from the cul-de-sac, runs around to the entrance to the new shelter and our driveway and parking lot, but it also runs past the new shelter, there's a sump pump station there, runs towards city property in the back of the Carpenter Farm and near a nature trail. Anyway, the access road is $350,000. Now, we have maintained that really should not be the responsibility of the Franklin County Humane Society. It's a public road. We're pursuing that approach with the city, but you know, that road will be used by citizens of Frankfort and Franklin County. It'll be used by certainly by the city of Frankfort, and it will also be used by the Frankfort Plant Board because a part of that road goes into the property. We've asked the Frankfort Plant Board for $50,000 toward the cost of the road, and we're hopeful and optimistic that they will actually support that request. And that should happen at their next meeting, we hope, this month. That would still leave us with a $300,000 hole. Now, you know, we're not saying we want the fiscal court to pay for the access road. That's not the point. But what we have asked you all for now for 2 years has been a total of commitment of $1 million. 2 years ago, you were nice enough to support $800,000 of that request, but never the full request. We've never asked you for more than that. And as I told you 2 years ago, we wouldn't ask you for more than $1 million. We haven't asked you for more than $1 million total, and we aren't doing that tonight. Having said that, the project has grown by well in excess of $1 million alone from where we were 2 years ago. So we think it's certainly a reasonable request. And, you know, the fact that we've raised $4 million, it's pretty hard for us now to go to our donors and say, you know, we had a $1.6 million capital campaign. We raised $2.4 million with your help, but we still need more money. We really think we've done our part. We think we've done more than our part. So, you know, we're asking for the court to increase its commitment toward the project from 13% of the overall cost of the project to 16%. We feel like that's, you know, certainly a very nominal request. You all have mentioned some of the projects that you're considering. You know, this also is a once in a lifetime project. This is a 50-year plus project for the community of Frankfort. And, you know, we ask you to consider that. I think that the last thing I might mention is I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and you all will want to talk about this, there may be some other funding mechanisms at your disposal other than for this to be a budget item. And I guess, Judge, maybe you would be able to speak to that if necessary.
Well, you and I talked about possibly seeing whether our road department could help with that road out front. And we talked with John Mitchell, and John Mitchell has said that he can't do all of it. He may be able to do some of it, but would prefer not to do it because when he's afraid when the time comes, it's going to take away from our other projects that are out there. So he's suggesting that he would highly recommend that the court, if it goes the route, would approve the 200,000 as opposed for the be in-kind work from our road department. John Mitchell, do you want to say anything about that? Are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I went back and looked at all that again, and the dollars, our dollars are going up too. I don't think it's feasible for us. I don't think anybody's going to really save a lot of money, material wise and labor wise. And I do not have some of the specific equipment for the project, and I've got multiple projects waiting to happen. So something we don't need to be doing, I think.
Okay, Squire Tracy.
Sam, thank you. Thank you for being with us tonight, and great job on your fundraising efforts. And just a couple questions. I know during the last, I believe the last time you were with us when the court went back and forth and negotiated and made a commitment, it was my understanding the court was pretty firm in regards to not doing in-kind work due to the concern that was voiced by Squire Moore in regards to the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And I think what I was referring to actually was not in kind, but as far as other funding mechanisms, question about whether there were ARPA funds available toward this. That was what I was referring to.
Did someone reference to you that ARPA funds were available for capital construction projects?
Well, I think the question's always been out there, and I don't know that it was ever fully answered.
Ann Northcutt, are you on? Or Susan? Ann or Susan, whichever.
Yes, I'm on. Can
you answer that the question that Squire Tracy had? Are ARPA funds eligible for the Humane Society?
No. Are ARPA funds available for capital construction projects?
There's been some developments with the final rule on ARPA funds that would allow more of our ARPA funds to be considered revenue replacement for government services. And some of those types of projects, not necessarily projects that would incur, be part of a debt process, but projects that could be fully funded, may be an eligible project. Roads would be a possible consideration. So we would probably need to check into that.
Okay. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I tried making several calls today because I haven't seen anything that talks in the final rules about capital construction projects being eligible for ARPA funds. And that's directly what this would go for. So I've tried calling, the auditor's office today. I've got a call in to DLG just to double check and see what they're aware of, because we've all said at the beginning of this with ARPA funds, no one wants to get into a situation where we're in a payback because we get ahead of certain rules and interpretations. So if we're talking about ARPA, I think this needs to come off the agenda tonight. Because I'm definitely not ready to talk about ARPA funds in relation to this.
Well, I think Sam just
At all.
brought that up. We don't know about ARPA. I mean, it doesn't have to come out of ARPA. It can come out of general funds. It can come out of any fund.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have raised it. I was just trying to offer an alternative, but I mean, again, from our perspective, and it's been that way, and it's that way now more than ever, we have always felt like this was a reasonable request. I demonstrated to you all that you had questions about your budget last year, and there was discussion as to whether there was really a $3 million surplus last fiscal year, and as it turned out, you had it. At the time that we made our request, I think there was some skepticism on that, but that's been proven to be the case. And so with $3 million surplus, your reserves went to $11 million. So, whether you have the ability to use ARPA funding or not, or whether you take it out of general funds, our feeling has always been the request is reasonable, and our feeling has always been that, you have the ability and the resources to be able to do that. And we would hope that you would support the project to that extent, since it is a 50-year project, since we have raised $4 million of what is now a $6 million project, and that you would want to, when we open this facility in a year, that when you come to the grand opening, you will feel like you played a significant part in bringing it to fruition. And quite honestly, a 13% part is really not your share of the thing. I mean, even a 16% part isn't representative of what the county receives in terms of services from the Franklin County Humane Society. So, the request we feel like is eminently fair, especially considering the circumstances we faced. So for 18 months, 19 months now, we have, busted our butts, so to speak, pardon the language, to raise $4 million. And, we're just coming to you, asking you to help us finish this thing out, so that we don't go begging for more.
Okay, Squire Moore, and then Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, there's no doubt that we owe a lot of gratitude to the Humane Society for their work and what they've done. And I told them when they looked at that lot that road's probably going to be $500,000. I'm still don't think 350 will do it. It might do it, but we're in the middle of trying to build a road department, and people think we have all this big surplus. When you add up our road department, our sewers, we got people out on the south end that are in bad need of sewers, and looks like we've got the votes to do our own Taj Mahal out at the park, and that money's gone. I mean, we're going to build a 40, 50, $60 million facility out there. They may say 30 something, but it'll be 40 or more. So we need to really think about this. And as far as ARPA, if we're going to look at that route, we better put this off until we know more about it. Thank you.
Squire Tracy.
Thank you. Sam, recently, and it was either in the paper or on the news, you were quoted saying that this facility would be able to that you could potentially help surrounding counties. Does that mean this facility could potentially turn into a regional humane society?
No. First of all, what we expect in the first couple of years would be quite a bit of increased intake from Frankfort and Franklin County, because it'll be so accessible and so publicly well known. However, that over time, the goal is and has always been to reduce the homeless population of animals in Frankfurt and Franklin County. And part of doing that is by being aggressive in providing low-cost community spay-neuter services, which we've already been doing, but which we feel we can greatly increase in the new facility. So over time, there would be the potential, if intake did drop, as we hope it would, that then we could look at starting to help some of the surrounding counties to a certain extent, maybe by either, helping them with their spay-neuter services or doing what we could to assist them with the challenges they face, because really the counties, some of the counties around us, aren't able to service their homeless animal population the way we have. And so, that's a long-term goal. We don't know that that would come to fruition, but that would be the hope.
Squire Tracy.
In regards to those surrounding counties, Sam, would it be accurate to say that the county is doing what those counties are doing what's required of them? Would that be accurate?
Well, I guess that's in the, I guess that's more in the eyes of the citizens of those counties, really, than I don't know that I'd be qualified to make that judgment.
Right. Unfortunately. Okay. Thank you.
Squire Blackburn and then Squire Booth.
All right. Sam, thank you so much for coming out tonight. I know the Humane Society does a tremendous job. I want to applaud you on your fundraising efforts. I think that's huge. Again, the services you provide go well above and beyond, what our local ordinance is for what the county is required to do. You go above and beyond. The spay neuter program, I think, is a huge success. And I think you've got a great idea and a great goal. But at the same time, I remember I was on the committee that looked into this with you guys. I sat at meetings with your architects and engineers and in meetings with the city, and we came up with a couple of different options. I deeply researched the last 5 facilities that were built in the state and surrounding states with the same size population. And I just always been, looked at this job as being as fiscally responsible as possible and getting the best bang for our buck. And I'm not saying we're not going to get our bang from the buck from you, because we do. You do a tremendous job, but the facility, and then your consultant saying that the one that we had, there was no road involved. There was things that were ready to go. Y'all would have been in there for over a year now, and I get it. And we've had this discussion back and forth before, but I've seen schools built, I've seen homes built, I've seen office buildings built, and I think we're fiscally liable to do what we need to do to take care of this problem. But at the same time, I don't think putting more money towards a building that goes above and beyond all of what we need is the best use of funds. And I don't want to see animals having a nicer building than what we put our school children in. And I'm not saying I don't want y'all to have a nice building. I'm just saying I think we could have done this for less money and still met every need and gone above and beyond. So that's where I'm at. But at the same time, Sam, I applaud you. You guys are awesome. You do a great job. I just have a difference of opinion.
Squire Booth. You're on mute, Squire Booth.
Thank you. I apologize.
No problem.
I have been an avid supporter of Humane Society for years. And I think it's interesting that we are thinking about funding a multi-million-dollar master plan for Lakeview Park, but we are hesitant to try to find $200,000 for the Humane Society. Mr. Marcus has tried not to ask for more than he originally asked for. And I understand that he is trying his best to hold to that. And I think we owe him that money. And if we had given it to him when he first asked for it, perhaps the cost would have been less. I'm sure it would have been less. But we need to fund this shelter because of our concern and compassion for the animals in our county. And I know a lot of people feel that way. I know a lot of people have children that would benefit from having indoor sports facilities. We had that with the Civic Center. We tore it down. We didn't, the city did. But we need to fund this project. That's all.
Sam, you've been real good about reminding us that of our obligation. If you don't mind, since I'm sure there's a lot of people in the general public, go back over what the county's obligation is to a animal shelter, especially if there wasn't an animal shelter, what would happen?
Right, thank you, Judge. So by state law, the county fiscal court is responsible for animal welfare in the community. Not the city, but the county is the responsible agency. And that includes housing of homeless animals, housing and care. In our case, the county decided to designate the Franklin County Humane Society as the animal welfare agency. And we accepted that responsibility many years ago and provide both the care for the animals as well as the housing. The county has not had to spend one dime over the last 50 plus years for housing community animals.
No, that's not true.
If the Franklin County Humane Society did not provide a shelter, it would be the county's obligation to build a shelter and staff it and provide the care without the Humane Society. We've argued all along that if you had to do that yourselves, and I think it's especially true now in 2022, with expenses the way they are for construction, if you had to build a facility yourselves, it would cost you well in excess of $1 million, well in excess. You couldn't touch it for $1 million. So our argument still is, and has been, why not give us the $1 million and let us provide you with something that we can all be proud of, not something that will make do, not something that will provide the most limited amount of services possible to get by in a state where animal welfare is ranked one of the lowest in the nation. If you go to animal facilities in other counties throughout the state, you'll find that they are substandard. But there's no enforcement mechanism, or money to bring those up to standard. The Franklin County Humane Society is has already, with our $4 million, has provided you well in excess of, what it would cost to do this on your own. So, I hope that clarifies.
Okay, Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. Sam, thank you for being here. I think people don't realize how hard it is to be on the fiscal court. To Squire Moore's point, Squire Booth, everybody, Squire Tracy, everybody's asking for money, and but I think over the last many years, we've been very fortunate to have the volunteers and the people at the Humane Society do what they do. And I was proud of the court for getting to that 800. It wasn't easy. I mean, I remember that meeting very well. It was back and forth, back and forth. But at the end of the day, with inflation and everything else, I don't think the ask is too much. I would much rather give them the money than to have to start a whole thing on our own, with more retirement, more, pay, things like that. So I appreciate what you all do, Sam. I know there's been mixed feelings on the court about what you're building. Does it have to be this big? Does it have to be this pretty? I see both sides of it. I mean, you all want to build something that you're proud of. And honestly, you're going to make us look good for giving, I feel, an average amount of money for what our responsibility should be. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, Sam, as you know, this is the work session and we'll go to a voting session in a bit. I don't know how much longer that will be. Hopefully it'll be before midnight, but not sure. So we'll see. We'll get back with you and let you know how it all turns out, okay?
I appreciate that. And I hope if nothing else, we won't leave this empty-handed.
Yeah, Sam, before you go, just an FYI, or yeah, I guess we'd say FYI. Where are we when you're for the asking of our 800,000? And if we were to approve this 200,000, would you need it now? Would you need it 3 months from now? Would you need it 6 months from now? How would that work?
Yeah, I appreciate your asking that. We are, of course, in construction. The construction time period is from, I think it actually started January 19th, I believe, was our building permit date. And the contract calls for construction to be completed by March 21st of 2023. So this would fall within both the 800,000 and the 200,000 would fall within your from now, from the current budget into the next fiscal year budget. But the funds would actually be needed prior to March of 2023.
So the whole $1 million, if we were to approve the 200, the whole million would not be drawn until the new budget of 22-23. Is that correct?
You could do it that way.
Anything this spring, right?
Right, you could do it that way, certainly. Or you could do part of it now and part of it after the new fiscal year. Whichever works better for you all.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Sam? All right. As I said, Squire Booth.
I think Mr. Marcus said that we don't fund them at all, but since I have been a magistrate, there's been $50,000 a year designated for the Humane Society as our animal care facility. At least that's my belief.
What I meant, Squire.
Point that out.
What I meant, Squire Booth, and what I believe I said was that you haven't had to fund any the housing.
Oh, okay.
You have funded. We do have a service contract with you for intake and care, but not for the housing.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Sam. Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you, and congratulations on on raising the extra money and raising any of the money. And during these times, it's very tough. But congratulations, and we'll have you an answer here soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, the next item is authorization to approve a request from Rosum to transfer the remaining balance of the Fiscal Court Utilities Fund to the Fiscal Court Rent and Utilities Fund. Is there anybody on here from Rosum? I believe Squire Sebastian, you're part of that. I believe you requested that at our last meeting. You have anything to say about that?
I did, Judge, and I just wanted to share with the court and just reiterate again there are other agencies that provide utility assistance. So, and people are more familiar with them. Bluegrass Community Action Agency is the one that typically folks think of automatically. So while the requests are plentiful for Bluegrass Community Action Agency, they are less plentiful to come into ROSM. So if we continue to leave this pot of $6,100 in only utilities, it will take quite some time to actually expense that off the books. If we do move it into assisting with rent and utilities, as you can see, the larger portion of our funds were for that, and they've already been expended completely. So the board would like the board of directors of ROSM is just purely asking for this amount of money to continue to go to utilities, but also have the additional allowance of that being expended on rent for citizens of Franklin County. So that's the request.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Squire. The next item is second reading approval of an ordinance amending the table of ordinances zoning map changes to the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 1.51 acre portion of property located on 994 Shadrick Ferry Road from AG to RR. Robert Hewitt?
Sure. Thank you, Judge. Good evening, court. So the Planning Commission held a public hearing on January 13th, 2022, in which they took testimony and evidence into the record. For this request, they did recommend approval to the fiscal court with the 4 findings of fact located on your ordinance, vote of 10-0, unanimous out of the 11-member board. Happy to answer any questions, and that's all I have on that item.
Robert, my first question to you is, how'd you get off so easy tonight? Only one item on the agenda. And
well, I have 2.
Oh. Okay. Oh, yes, you do. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, there's more coming in the future. So.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure of that. All right. Any questions for Robert on this rezone? All right. Thank you, Robert. We'll see you in a minute on the Lewis Ferry part. Okay. All right. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a resolution in support of submission of an application for grant funds with the Kentucky Division of Forestry, the Volunteer Fire Assistance Grant Program. Chief Brewer, NAN.
Thank you, Judge. Good evening, court. The Volunteer Fire Assistance Grant is a grant that's put out by the Division of Forestry for rural area departments that provide wildland fire protection. The fire department is looking to apply for a skid unit that consists of a pump, hose, water tank, all in one unit that could be slid in and out of the truck, which will make it great because in the future we're looking at upgrading the brush trucks due to their age. So it would be a great option to be able to switch everything over from one truck to another.
Okay. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I would like to find out if any of this equipment on the out of service, I guess, brush trucks or those that we're planning to take out, can any of that be used on this vehicle? Because didn't we just take a brush truck out of service?
We did. We did. That equipment is being kept in hold for the new brush truck when it arrives. That truck that had went out of service actually had a newer pump that we'd replaced. I can't remember exactly what year, but it was through this volunteer fire assistance grant.
Okay, and so this is going to be additional equipment that in addition to what was taken on the out of service truck?
No, this would actually be for a different brush truck, truck 7. It serves the rural area out on Aunton Road. It's got an aging fire pump that is been on the department longer than I have, so we're looking to upgrade some of its equipment.
Okay, I understand now. This is not for the new brush truck. Totally
No,
get
it's
it.
not.
Thank you. That was just not clear in what we were provided. Thank you very much.
I apologize.
Anybody else? Chief Brewer, I think you're at your house. I hope you were here earlier, and thank you for bringing your family in and all the other firefighters and their families. That was a great occasion. Thank you for that, and I'm glad you get to relax and be at your house tonight.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. I was glad to be able to honor the guys. They've really worked hard and they've earned those promotions.
They sure have. Thank you. The next item is authorization to hire firefighter Tyler Hodge. Chief Brewer.
Yes, we still have not filled the vacant position. It was on last court. We had to pull it last minute from the agenda, but this is the next candidate on the new hire ranking list that is still in effect. So the fire department's recommendation is to hire this candidate. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay. All right, there are no questions. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is authorization to approve Lakeview Park golf rates. Charlie Lewis?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thanks for having me on. Hopefully you have the document in front of you. We discussed it in our park meeting. The changing our golf rates a little bit, you know, we're looking at just $1 here, $2 there for the daily rates. Excuse me. The season passes, the membership style stuff, we bumped those up a little bit. And the most significant one would be the small business organizational memberships, going from 200 to 350. And I'll take any questions.
All right, Squire Blackburn, you go first.
Hey, Charlie, how you doing tonight?
Good.
Good.
Lakeview Park's a pretty popular place.
Yes, it is. You're the man in the center of it all. Hey, thanks for coming on tonight. Thanks for being patient. You said on the small business organization, do those organizations include like the golf teams and things like that?
No, the golf teams are separate. We do have a golf team rate discounted for players. It's $350 per player. And then a lot of those players will also get junior memberships.
Sure, sure. I just want to make sure we're fostering those kids that show up and do it, and they've got the place close by to do. I know I had to drive to Georgetown or whatever else when I was young and on the golf team, and I'd drive 100 miles to go hit a golf ball. But I'm glad we're taking care of them. Thanks.
We should play sometime.
I'd love to.
Okay, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Glad our Parks Director's here. Charlie, I got a question for you. These rates, they're coming to us in March. Why weren't they proposed back in the winter before the year turned over? Just to kind of plan for that. You know, we're getting ready to launch into golf season. So I just have a question about that of time.
And you mentioned it, it's kind of a seasonal thing. We're launching into golf season, but yes, I see your point. It could have been easily done January 1. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I guess the question would come to you and or our treasurer. In my world, this would be called the fiscal note. So what's our anticipated revenue projection by increasing these rates?
I don't have that exact number in front of me, but I can run some numbers and get those to you.
It would be minimal.
And that's what it looks like it looks minimal to me. I'd just like to have that. Normally, when this thing is proposed, you have some idea of what you're anticipated to bring in. Or
Okay.
I couldn't have, in my world, I couldn't have brought this to you all without that.
Sure. Yeah, I can get that for you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, the next item is, Charlie, we got authorization to rehire part-time seasonal golf and park employees. You got rehires and then you got new hires. Charlie, you want to go over the rehires and then the new hires?
Sure. Yeah, the rehires, these are individuals coming back that we've had previously, previous years. Some of them have been around for several years, actually. And then we've got a couple new hires, and we're currently taking applications for additional people to fill in some spots.
Okay. Squire Sebastian?
You, Judge, I apologize. Charlie, I did have one other question for you. Have these rates been discussed with any of the groups, or the potential for the rate increases been discussed with anyone coming out there, and anyone had any comment about that? Because this is all brand new to me. I just saw it in this packet, but that's pretty typical of packets. We get them 2 days less, and all of it's brand new to us.
So the group, when you mean groups,
Groups, players, sports team, anybody that this rate increase will impact, have they all had any kind of information about it?
No.
To be aware that it's coming?
No.
And that's typical. We don't normally
We
do
haven't done
that,
that.
do we, Charlie?
We haven't done that in the past. No.
Okay.
We try to,
I would check.
yeah. We try to keep, especially the kids, we try to make those as affordable as possible. And it's still the best rate in town. I mean, you can't hit a range ball any cheaper, especially in the region. Greens fees, card fees, it's all you guys got the best rates in town and regionally.
Okay, Squire Muller, I thought I saw your hand up a minute ago. Did I?
I don't think so. I did, Judge, and I put it back down. Charlie, the only thing I was, and we talked about this in the park meeting, Squire Tracy and Judge and I are on the park committee. The only thing I was thinking about is, with all the tees, after the conversations we had on Lakeview Park project, I went up there to actually physically walk the tees so I could understand what everybody was talking about. They're not individual boxes. They're a big, long area, and it's spread out and it's deep. And I understand now, after talking to like Jamie Bennett, people move around because things need to be fixed. The only thing I had a little concern on is, and I think and I'm like with Squire Blackburn, I'm 110% about kids being out playing sports. The only thing that's been sticking in my mind since our last park meeting, I meant to call you today, and I apologize I didn't, was I think the 350 number that kids can just unlimited hit the ball. And I'm worried about that being really rough on the green space. And so maybe that's something we could talk about in the next park meeting. I don't always want to be the cheapest, and if we're going to keep a nice facility, I'm worried if we give unlimited things, it could wear our facility down faster, so it can't recover. So that was my only comment.
That's a great point. Yeah, the turf does need time to heal.
Yeah.
And we moved the hitting area, at various places in 2 different teeing areas constantly.
Yeah.
Just, along with mowing and fertilizing and trying to keep that stuff healthy. So, yeah, I mean, and when the golf teams are there, it's packed. It's a crowded house, and we could use more tee space for that matter.
Right. But when in the last park meeting, when you said unlimited balls for that, it's been in the back of my mind. So, but we can talk about that more. That really doesn't have anything to do with the rates. So thank you.
Okay, sure.
Well, I guess, Charlie, kind of help Squire Muller out. If you raise it, you're still going to get people that are going to do unlimited, because it's not just kids doing unlimited. There's a lot of people that want to do unlimited because you can play and use the a driving range. So that, I think probably the most popular piece of our golf facility is the driving range. Wouldn't you think, Charlie?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think, there's not an answer to unlimited other than being able to have enough. And I think this is what was been talked about. That's why you need more space for the tees, the grass tees, to move them around, to make sure that they get moved quite periodically, so they don't, so you're going to dig ruts otherwise, right, Charlie?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you have to move the tees on the driving range, and in season, that's daily. Every morning, those guys are out there moving the ropes. And then, of course, we'll move the tees on the golf course as well, from the different hitting areas. We move them around to, there has to be time to heal. The turf does. Yes.
Go ahead, Squire.
Thank you, Jess. So Charlie, just so I understand this, like on the driving range, you have small, medium, large. I'm assuming that size of buckets of balls, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's for your average person. So
yes,
I guess what I'm talking about is just, you had made the comment in the last meeting, a kid could come up there and literally hit balls all day long. And I'm just worried about the wear and tear. I want kids to practice, don't get me wrong, but I think there needs to be, unless we, want to just wear that grass down all the time, that's just my thoughts.
Sure. Yeah. And I appreciate that. I understand where you're coming from. And that's with the season passes, the memberships. That's where you get into the, some will come and hit a small bucket or a large bucket, but they can go back in and fill it back up and go back out and keep going. Currently. Yeah.
Squire Moore.
Charlie, how long is the driving range? Is it 300 yards?
Mm-hmm. It's a little over 300. Yes.
I know there's nothing in the master plan on the length of it, but in the meeting they were saying it's 240 feet. Is that correct, or can that
240 yards is what is
right?
Yeah.
Can that be changed? Can they move the building back or
Sure.
something to? What would that affect something else?
No, we actually that is possible. Yes.
What would have to be done to do that? Have to move the roads or?
Well, I mean, there's a. Did you see the map?
Yes.
So that's the layout that's in the proposal. But that building can be adjusted to save T space that we have and keep the distance.
Okay, thank you.
But at this point, it's not designed that way. The plan that was approved, it's not, it doesn't
Right.
do that.
Big concern with the golfers over that. I used to pick up range balls and we pick them up past 300 yards, and people, that's just not rolling up there because it was uphill, and 240 yards is not long enough. So something would have to be changed.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I was just going to add, I read the plan. There is not a yardage amount that is predetermined in this plan. And that's going to be something that comes out of the design build. I don't know where that, or I didn't see it. Maybe that was a detail that I missed. I promise I read every word of it, but I didn't see it. Can somebody tell me if it's in there? If a number's in there? Because I sure didn't see one.
I think Shannon presented it in the meeting, Sherry.
I went to the meeting and I heard numbers thrown about, but I don't think she stated the number. I think someone stated the number at her, and then things happened in that meeting, and they never got the opportunity to go back and discuss that because some unforeseen things happened in the meeting about that time.
Yeah, unfortunately. Squire Blackburn.
Yeah, I was at the meeting. It was an arbitrary number that was a close approximate, is what I was told by the consultants. And I do believe the consultants spoke with the most concerned citizens about that issue after the meeting had concluded. And I'd like to think that they were reassured that those issues would be addressed.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, Squire Moore, basically just what Squire Blackburn and Squire Sebastian said. That's all design aspects of it. We heard the golfing community loud and clear, and we don't want to take anything away from them. We want to add to it. You know, this park we want to make better. And so I don't play golf, you know, and so this is just, I think tonight, just to keep in mind, all we're looking at is the programs that the Hitchcock Group presented. That is what community asked for and what our regional needs need. So just want to let y'all know that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Okay, next item. Thank you, Charlie. Next item is authorization to be appointed to the Franklin County Board of Health. I'm nominating L. Travis to a term as a citizen member ending 12/31/23. We received 4 applications, including hers. One of them was out of town, and that's that position. Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. When you indicated that you had 4 applications were received, because I ask every time, how many did we get? You know, the next question that's coming. What set this applicant's talent, skills, and abilities head and shoulders above the others?
Well,
He was willing to do it. That's probably.
well, yeah, I
Well, people wouldn't
I don't,
apply if they didn't want to serve the community. So it's not that. There are people willing to serve, but there has to be something that elevates this candidate. So that would be helpful for all of us, I think, to know.
and I'm going to tell you that, but I don't particularly like your words of saying head and shoulders above everybody else, because I don't
Then
think
remove
that's fair.
that. Just remove that. What talent, skills, and abilities elevated this candidate?
I'm going to tell you that, and that is because she has experience working with the drug situation in our community, and we do not have anyone on the board. Judy, I called Judy about it. Judy said she would be fantastic because of her experience and what she's doing with Yes Arts and in those programs. So that's why I picked her. You heard her presentation a few weeks ago. I just said, man, we need somebody like that on the health department board.
And it's not a criticism of her credentials. It is us being led into a blind situation, as we are every time with this, because we don't know the other applicants. So that is always why I ask these 2 questions. So it's nothing against the candidate that is put forth. It's just to have an understanding of the pool of candidates who are willing to serve our community.
Anybody else? All right, thank you. The next item is Robert, authorization to advertise for construction management services for the new road department facility, 100 Lewis Ferry Road. And I'll let you explain how this process works.
Thank you, Judge. So in a prior court meeting, I believe it was Squire Miller that had requested the court consider construction management services for the new road department facility. So this agenda abstract is presented to the court for discussion and consideration for that advertisement. Construction management services can provide a variety of roles depending on the budget allocated by the fiscal court. It can be just general contract management. It can be day-to-day on-site control of the project. As the agenda abstract says, it controls budget, scheduling, workflow, things of that nature. This is presented to the court for the advertisement to see if there's a need for or a will of the court to at least explore the opportunity for a management service to oversee the operations in whatever degree of that capital project. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Robert, for being on tonight. Question, it says the road committee is currently evaluating the architectural submittals. How many did we receive?
4.
Okay, so any timeline when, is that the road committee working on that, or who's reviewing those? The committee itself?
Road committee, yeah, road committee's meeting not this coming Monday, but the next Monday, Robert, are we supposed to already have them scored at that time?
No, sir. All I would request is that the road committee have reviewed the proposals and be prepared to discuss how many, if not all, firms that you would like to interview, and then after the interviews, to provide the scoring sheets independently, and then conduct another meeting to potentially recommend to the court an award to a given firm.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've got mine scored. I thought the meeting was going to be this last Tuesday, so I worked on that to get done. So my scored.
Well, there's still time to adjust your scores after the interviews, so it's okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
The next item is authorization to approve an agreement with the On-Site Health Solutions LLC to provide annual biometric screenings and wellness services. Betty Jo, welcome.
Yes. Good evening. This is to renew agreement with the On-Site Health Solutions to provide biometric screenings and wellness services. The provider we used last year, it's the same provider. Basically, is to provide the voluntary wellness program. It helps with the employees when we do on-site wellness checks. And in the contract, there is one change from last year, and that is they do charge mileage from Louisville. So that is one change in there. There's also an additional options that you guys need to choose from. Basically, they will do a nicotine mouth swab. Last year, the employee paid for that because they received Go 365 points for that. I believe that's it. That's the only change that from the contract from last year is they charge mileage at 44 cents per mile. And that is what we currently use for the state.
Betty, you're not recommending that we pay for these nicotine swabs, are you? Because it really is for the benefit only of, for extra points, right?
Yeah, I'm not actually. This is for the employees for their points for Go 365. I believe it's $20 if they want to do the nicotine swab. I'm not recommending that we pay for that. I believe that, in my opinion, the employees should pay for that because, like you said, they received Go 365 points for that. And that's the same thing we did last year. You guys approved for the employee to pay for that, not us.
Okay.
And also,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Betty.
Also, there's another box there that we need to check. Any employees that is a waiver, we did allow employees to participate in this last year. And we will have to pay $50 for those employees that is on the waiver. And there's usually about anywhere from 5 to 10. So it's not a whole lot of cost. And you guys also approved that last year. So there is some boxes that the court will need to, the clerk need to check on that if you all approve those services.
Okay, Squire Blackburn, I'm sorry, you had your hand up a second ago and I didn't get to
You asked the question, Judge, and Betty Jo answered it. So
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
All right, Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Betty Jo, thank you for being on. You said they're going to charge us mileage now, 44 cents a mile. Any kind of budget of what we're looking at?
Yes, we're looking at, it's going to be around $450. I have about 7 visits scheduled and I did the mileage on that. So it's the 450 would be the most.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? All right, Betty, if this goes through, when do you expect start signing up for screenings?
I will get those sign up sheets out tomorrow. We're hoping, I believe it's, I will get those out, but it's going to start, I believe, March 21st, the last 2 weeks of March and the first 2 weeks of April.
Okay, doke. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Betty.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is the first reading of amendment number 3 to ordinance number 6, 2021, relating to the budget for the fiscal year 2021, 2022. And Miss Susan.
Yes, there are several items that I incorporated into this budget amendment. And by fund, the general fund, we have some, obviously we have some brand new needs. The tax abatement activation is the largest of these that I'm including in this amendment. We have several of these economic incentive programs locally, and this is the first time we've had one that has been eligible by virtue of the number of jobs that they've brought into the county to work to get part of their exercise their local option for the incentive. And that's around $72,000 that we need to fund that line item. We've already obligated money for the senior citizens for their walk-in cooler. So wanted to go ahead and make the budgetary adjustment to reflect that. And the compensation study, again, we made the contractual obligation for that, but that was not included in the budget. So wanted to go ahead and get the budget straight for that obligation. And then the items that are funding that are basically receipts that we already have on the books for the bank franchise tax and our public service corporation taxes, as well as distilled spirits. So just using those existing amounts, it also provides a small additional amount for contingency for transfers within the general fund. Then the road fund, this is insurance proceeds. There was I think a backhoe that was damaged and has been repaired. So we have insurance proceeds to offset, I think, the majority of that repair. And I believe those repairs are completed at this point. And the sheriff's office, as we know, has similar issues with insurance proceeds from multiple claims that we have received, and then the vehicle repairs associated with that, and then the surplus sales that they have initiated in prior courts and that have already taken place. We have receipts from those surplus sales, and to help offset the cost of a law enforcement vehicle that's already been purchased. And we'll place the remainder of the monies for the surplus and vehicle repairs, but I don't know, once they're in the budget, then if we have to do a line item transfer for if the sheriff is requesting more vehicles in this period or not, that's been discussed, I think. But we can always move that in a line item, but regular line item budget transfer. But this gets the money into the current year's budget to make it available to spend. And the same thing with the excess fees from the clerk's fund. This was discussed in the last meeting that the court wanted to go ahead and try to put that within the current year spending opportunities within the capital projects fund. So this amendment will do that as well. And I did provide a narrative of each of those. Are there specific questions associated with the amendment? Squire Blackburn.
Thank you, Susan, so much. I love how thorough you are, and I love the abstract because I know you wrote it. On the tax abatement refund with the Kentucky Business Incentive Program, I'm glad that we have a company finally taking advantage of that. But I noticed it said a rebate for the last 3 years. Is there like a grace period of how many years they can do that, or is there a cutoff, or can a company just sit around and not say anything and then say, hey, we've been doing it for 10 years, and then they go back and validate it and we pay it for 10 years?
No, first of all, no, I don't think that they can go back to the beginning of time if they've been here for 10 years and they haven't exercised it, because what happens is these programs flow through the state and then the locals are secondary. And so the Cabinet for Economic Development really manages these, and most of the companies reach their year eligibility with the state funding and don't exercise the local option. So those activation times and those response periods are within a time frame at economic development with the state. That being said, this is the first one. Our occupational tax administrator did have a long meeting with economic development to try to, get up to speed and get reinforced on what the requirements are and to validate that this company had met those requirements. And these activation times are strange. And plus the company did have a change in their fiscal period. So they had a short period that appears to be older than, when I say 3 years, it was just a partial period. So, but that's a valid question to know that what the look back is and responsibility is. And I feel sure that was completely.
I've got some information. I did some research on it today, and
Mhm.
according to the information I pulled out, that is in place in accordance with the Franklin County Occupational License Fee Ordinance for 10 years from approval of the project. So there is a clock that runs on that. It's a 10-year clock, according to this. And I've got the notes on all the companies that this is eligible for in Franklin County.
Blackburn.
So we're saying they could go back 10 years? Because I know the federal government, you can't go back. If the federal government owes you money for 10 years, they're not going to give it to you. They're only going to give, there's a time frame. So I was just wanting, I mean, I know they've earned it and deserve it, but at the same time, I want to know what the maximum amount of years is they can go back.
Susan, it's 10 years from when it starts. It's
Right.
it's when it starts. So they have a 10-year period to get it in. Isn't that right, Sherry?
Yes, and they have 10 years from October 28, 2016. So they can only claim this up to October 28 of 2026. That's
Right,
their 10-year.
And there is also a local limit. I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but if say the state participation is I don't know, $700,000 because they're going to bring in 150 jobs and they meet that job criteria each year. So all of that has to be fulfilled and again, validated each year. So it's looked at each year, and the activation is also in play as to when they can start claiming, make their first claim of the rebates. So it's it is an involved process that has to, and this, like you say, this is valid because this is our first local activation. And for everybody's benefit, we have notes in our audit and have for, I think, the last 4 years by state requirements that identify the companies that we have abatements with in order to basically demonstrate that we're aware of, we have a liability that's out there, that a potential liability for this economic incentive program. So and all of this information is pretty much available online under thinkkentucky.com in detail about what the number of jobs is that the business is claiming to bring, and the economic impact, and the state portion versus, I think the local portion maybe, is it capped at 25%? I think maybe most.
And this, because it has to be looked at every year, it can be suspended if the company doesn't maintain the required baseline of
Correct.
Employees. So
Yes.
just because it went in, that doesn't mean for the next 7 years or 6 years or 4 years, because this was a 2019 number, I think, of theirs. So that doesn't necessarily mean that it will be going forward for the rest of that time. And the data that I pulled also has the origination date for each of the 6 firms, and some of them have already passed that 10-year window. So the 10-year window's within the data that I found today.
Wow. Finances are complicated, aren't they? Yeah.
That's their job.
Oh, I do have one more question. What happened to the backhoe?
I don't know. I think a tree hit it.
So it was, the backhoe, we covered this in the last safety committee, that's why JW was laughing. It had a flat tire, and while John was waiting to get the flat tire repaired, a tree fell over on the backhoe.
Acts of
So
God.
did it knock the cab off? Did it just knock the cab off?
I don't know the exact damage, it was an insurance claim.
John, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. It was the back boom. It bent the cylinders and tore up everything on the back boom, basically.
That makes more sense. I appreciate that, John. Thanks, bunch.
Susan, do you have any more?
Isn't that enough?
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Susan. Let's go to other business. We've got several things in other business, and we'll just start here, and then you all may have some too. Mr. Sparks, we've got some agreements that we need to relook at, if you don't mind. And welcome, Mr. Sparks. We haven't heard from you all night. Welcome.
I've just been listening to you all dole out words of wisdom that I'm sure I'll fall asleep on later on. But you got three matters that the court's going to have to address, and I'm proud of all three of them. We got a miscalculation from the state through AOC on what they're charging for mine, Mr. Cleveland, and our victims advocates room over here in the courthouse. They overestimated the cost per square foot. So when they presented it to the judge, I think it was this morning or this afternoon when I finally got it, the question was what to do with it. And I said, well, two things. Number one, I want the court to know about it because it's kind of cool. And number two, hell yeah, I want the court to know about it because it's kind of cool. It reduces a little bit of our overall expenditure. So it's back before you to revise the contract with the lower number. What I've asked the court to do is to consider that in one fell swoop because you've already approved the overall lease agreement. It's just the revision of the amount over here in the courthouse that's changed. So that's item number one, Judge, what I would call it number one.
Okay. And number two?
Number two, a couple of weeks ago, you all were here involving some work involving Brighton Park and some work up there at the retention area, and they were going to do some repairs, et cetera. I remember specifically there was a question of the Komatsu thing that we were going to have to do, and that just happened to be the only one that we've got. So y'all may remember that kind of well. When it went to the city, they wanted to delineate that the city would be responsible for the direction of that program with Kroger's, et cetera, and that each party would retain their own items. That is, whatever you bring in is what you take out. That was a little different than what we had it. And I don't want to get sideways with the city once that goes up to AG, et cetera. So they did add those two items at the bottom. And I would ask the court to go back and reconsider that to include all of the amounts that the city added into it. And that's the only matter.
Okay. And number three?
I'm sorry, Judge. I combined two of those at one time. That was the matter involving Mr. Cleveland, Ms. Hanson, and my offices to combine those into one item as opposed to separate it into three. I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
So that was the only two. I'm sorry.
Okay. Any questions? Squire Blackburn, I'm sorry, you had your hand up a second ago and we didn't get to you.
No, I wanted to know who caught the overcharge on the square footage for the
AOC gave us the wrong quote on the first time, and so they ended up and honorably so, they just sent a letter and say, yo, guys, we're going to get you for the higher amount. You need to change this. And I said, oh, that's a good idea. Number one, I want the court to know about it because it was an error, and because it was a material error, changing the square footage, I thought that the court ought to take at least a side view on it, re-sign it back with the lower amount.
That's outstanding. That's awesome. Thanks, Rick.
So I just wanted to bring that back to you. It's just the right thing to do. So there we go.
Okay. The next item that I have in other business is I started by saying this is a very, very, very sad day that we make this announcement. You all got it in your packet, I mean, and this announcement is that the Miss Susan Lawrenson is going to retire. It's happy day for her and a retirement, sad day for us because of who she is and what she's done. With that, I've asked Betty to, I'll bring Betty back on and ask Betty to talk about the advertisement for the position, and then I've got a couple more questions to ask. Betty?
Yes, we are going to start advertising this weekend on social media. It will be in the Frankfurt State Journal next Wednesday for and then the 2 weekends after that. The deadline will be the 25th, and then after that, you guys will be going through the application depending what process you want to do. And then hopefully we can get this on the agenda for April 22nd at the latest. This is a urgent need. We want to get this position filled quickly so the person would have time to work with our county treasurer. So I'm just waiting on the process of the court, how you guys want to move forward.
And we'll get into that in a second, Betty. Squire Tracy.
Betty, good evening. Thank you for being with us. Is the State Journal and social media the only two ways that are going to be, that this position would be advertised?
No, it's not. I'm sorry. I left out, we're going to be also doing it on Indeed. That has been getting a lot of applicants here lately. Anytime we advertise, we do Indeed, and we will do a boost on Facebook.
You're going to do Keiko too, I thought you said.
Yes, Keiko.
Keiko and
KSU.
Hold on just a moment. Let me look at my schedule. Keiko, KSU, and the Chamber.
Okay.
Thank you, Scotty.
Okay, Squire Moore.
Thank you, Judge. Good evening, Betty Jo. The only other thing I was going to say, I know Susan always talks about going to her training with her association, so I didn't know if they had a classified kind of area not to advertise that with. Thank you.
Okay. Squire Moore.
Yes. What will the pay scale be, and will we be going with the current pay scale? I guess we will, since we haven't ratified any new pay scale.
Currently, the pay scale is 59.5 to 105.
Okay. Squire Booth.
Well, I just want to express my regret at the treasurer's resignation. She explains something that is complicated, and I think most of us really don't understand it, but we trust her to understand it. So whoever takes her place has to have our trust, just like she does.
Well said, Squire Booth.
Here,
well
here,
said.
indeed.
Well said.
Hey.
The next, the part of this is, there's two steps. And the first step, I'm asking that Lambert, Squire Moore and Squire Sebastian serve on an interview committee assisting at looking at the applications. We have no idea how many they're going to be coming in, and to refine those applications down to a certain number. Don't know, but then once they're down to a certain number, then we have an option of taking it back. The whole fiscal court can interview five or six or whatever the amount is, or the other option would be that Squire Sebastian and Squire Moore and myself do the interviews and bring you back a couple if you wanted to, or one as a recommendation. So the first part of it, I need your approval for, or suggestion, any suggestions in other ways that Squire Moore and Squire Sebastian be part of an interview or a reviewing committee to look at the applicants, their qualifications, and then come up with a pool that we could interview. Squire Tracy.
Judge, are you saying like a selection committee that will review the applications and then select? If you get 20, select 5, 6, 8, 10, 20 who, okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I'm suggesting, yeah. Have no idea how many, but so you know, so obviously the process is pretty cumbersome, and it's going to take whichever way we go, it's going to take all of us. If you're working, we're going to have to spend whole days on it working. If you want to go that route, if everybody does it, if you got a committee to do it, it can speed it up a little bit. And then there's the second question. That question is, how do you want to handle interviewing the final applicants? So 2 parts to it. Squire Booth?
I think what you said is acceptable, and I don't think we can possibly spend too much time in selecting a new treasurer. It is so important.
Okay. Squire Mahler?
Hey, Judge. Yeah, I mean, my gut saying let the committee, break it down to maybe the top 3, and then the top 3 come in front of the full fiscal court, because we'll all be working with them.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Mr. Sparks, are you there to say something?
Yes, sir. And thank you. I just wanted to say again, just how much I appreciated and continue to appreciate working with our treasurer, and look forward to, I guess, both of us wrapping this game up a little bit for a little while. Remember that in that interview committee, when it comes to fiscal court, is closed, etc. If you bring 3, 4, 50, 60, however many people that you want to bring in, those would all be subject to a closure of the open records requirement or the open meetings requirement. So you'd have to have a separate series of probably multiple incidences or multiple events where you interview those people individually as part of your decision.
Okay. Squire Blackburn, I think I saw your hand up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. Yeah, I agree. I was gonna say 2, but I'm okay with 3. That sounds good to me. The selection committee narrow it down, and then the full court look at 2 or 3. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? Squire Booth, you okay with that? Everybody
Yeah.
okay? Squire Moore and Squire Sebastian, are you all okay with that?
Yes, Judge, I'm okay with that. My only concern was what Rick, I wanted his input, and he gave that. So I know with the full court, it'll be an open meeting. That's fine. Thank you.
It'll be a closed meeting for the interview process.
Oh, it will?
Yes, for the discussion and interview from the court, that would be under the exceptions for the closed meeting.
Okay, great.
Meeting. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Squire Sebastian?
I was just going to ask if any of my brothers and sisters on the court have any concerns about myself or Squire Moore sitting on this committee. When I got the packet, that's when I learned I may be participating. So I'm not trying to jump out in front of anybody to do this work, but it is important work. So I'm ready for the task. I'm always ready for the challenge of the work, but I just want to make sure if somebody else is really down to do it, that they get the opportunity to do it. I see nobody. Nobody's raising that.
No, I was going to make a motion for you.
Yeah, if they can sit through your questioning, Sherry, I think they deserve it.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
So, I think you're pretty thorough, and I think you and Squire Moore and the judge would do a fine job as a team making that happen. So I'm all for it as well.
I would wish you would use another word other than dying to do this. It might be better. It might be a better word than that, but anyway. Okay. All right. It sounds like that's what we're going to, Squire Muller, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Judge. Since this is a moving target, and like Betty Jo said, we don't know how many applicants are gonna come in. Do we have to define the number of people we want to bring in? You know, can we say minimum 3? You know, what if we had, let's just say 50 people, you know, then maybe we need more than the top 3. I'm just throwing that out there to the court. I just want to make sure this is a huge.
It's a time killer.
Yeah, you would probably want us to bring, if, and I would say knowing Squire Sebastian and knowing Squire Moore, and myself, if there are 5 that we can't decide from, we'll bring you 5.
Okay, I just didn't want to be limited to a number.
Yeah.
If we get a lot of good applicants in, that's all I'm saying. So I don't know if what we vote on is just the selection committee brings us, you know, reasonable amount, or how the verbiage is. But yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Your top choices.
Top choices. That's right, Squire.
Would you all prefer to have these interviews in person or do them by Zoom?
Or both.
A hybrid?
Oh,
I think when it comes to interview process, I like to see people's body language and stuff. I'm an in-person kind of guy for that.
And that's how we have been holding them lately. So I just wanted to clarify. And I believe if Councilor Sparks still on here, I would call a special meeting. Then we would immediately go into closed session, and we would come out to adjourn.
That would be my understanding. You would have a special meeting, specially called meeting, to interview candidates A through Z. Then upon completion of that interview, close it down, no action to be taken, and allow the membership, well, I guess you could do action, allow the membership to make a decision, come back on it, or put it back on for a real vote at your next meeting.
Yeah.
Now, Squire, Counselor, correct me, if a certain member can't come to one of the interviews, they are excluded from all the interviews. Is that not correct? You can't, you have to be present at all of the interviews to make it to be part of the process. Don't you think?
That is correct.
I think that's the correct mechanism. Yes, sir. I would hope that all participants, given what's on at play, would make every effort to make all of the interviews, because they'll be disqualified. They would be subject to disqualification on a later date if you don't.
Okay. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. So one question before we get there: who writes the job description, and does that go in front of the committee or anybody, or does that just get sent out? And that's nothing against anybody on here, but just to be clear, so I understand that process.
Betty?
Can you ask that
The
question
job
again?
description. The job description. How did you come up with the job description?
Basically, we have the current job description, and we let the county treasurer update it if it was needed. And there were some things that was needed updated per statute. And we did that already. So the job description has been updated, and we're going off of that for the ad.
Well, her duties are outlined in the KRS statute.
Her duties are, yeah, don't forget that her duties are defined by KRS.
And those will be actually with the ad. It will say actually the statute of the KRS for the treasurer, and that will be in there.
Yeah.
So I have a question. I have a question. If is there an opportunity for myself and Squire Moore to see that? It sounds like it's been kind of like a can kicked around internally. I'd like to see it just to see if there are some other talent, skills, and abilities that could be added as other factors to consider, like statistical and econometric modeling and stuff like that.
They're all in there. That's in there. But I'll have Tamara, I'll have Tamara send it to you tonight. But if she's going to advertise it tomorrow, you're going to have to make those decisions tonight about it, or we'll have to hold off the advertisement. Right, Betty?
That's correct. It's electronically, it's going out tomorrow. And again, we're going by the KRS statute.
Now, don't, and Squire Sebastian, I'm not telling you anything because you've experienced interviews. You know, anything that a job description is a framework. And you can ask any questions related to statistical knowledge or economic knowledge or whatever there is as part of that framework and get a good idea where people stand. Okay, with that, I think we got a plan, Betty. You good? Okay.
Yes, I'm
Betty,
good.
Betty,
Thank you.
do get that out to Squire Sebastian and Squire Moore, if you would. Make sure that they get a copy of the job description that we're sending
The
out.
job description. Okay, will do.
Okay, all right. Anybody, Squire Sebastian, got something else?
Well, I just have a piece of other business, but if you're not ready to call on us, I just didn't want to lose the
Go ahead.
opportunity.
I'm ready to call on you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Since Councilor Sparks has been on with us a considerable amount here of late, which is great to see him. Councilor, can you talk to us about the memo you
Thank you,
sent
ma'am,
out?
by the way. That was very kind. What?
Can you talk to us a little bit about the memo that you sent out to us today? And then I have one other question for you.
3 weeks ago, pardon me, the court had inquired in response to the Capital City Economic Development Authority matter for a formal opinion as to the membership required for a quorum. So after submitting requests for open records, review of the statutes, other research, etc., I guess repeated what we've all said a bunch of times, that Seceda still has a problem. They got 3 members. They need 4. The authority says you have to have 2/3 of the membership, which are exactly 3 people now, not 4. And until such time as the city appoints 1 or more of their members to get it to the same, there is a infirmity in the institution, the authority from this point, to get it back up to the mandatory quorum of 3 people or 4 people. So that was the memo I think you're referring to.
So Councilor, what does that mean? Does that mean they can conduct business? They cannot conduct business?
I wasn't asked that question. I didn't get into that question. The question I had was, what does it take for a quorum? The quorum is it takes 3, and until the mayor submits 1 or more, it will be under constant scrutiny.
I think it takes 4, you said.
I said it's 4 of 6 is all told. It's got to have 4. We've only got 3 now. Thank you, sir.
So can you issue some information to us about those other items? You know, they able to conduct business? Are they just, because this, I'm just trying to make sense of what this really means for us as a body.
At this point, my inquiry was to determine the form, that is the number of people needed, and still encourage all participants, that is the city and county, to recognize their role in that authority to appoint the proper parties, that is the judge and the mayor. Whatever the mayor chooses to do at this point, it's really up to the mayor. What the issue is what is the mayor going to do to fill the 3rd, 4th, or 5th role? If you want to take other actions, we'll take a look at that thing. But the first question you had was whether or not they could submit that budget. Yes, I think that they can submit the budget. The director, et cetera, was all placed before the other members withdrew. It's not a binding budget. It doesn't obligate the county or the city to pay anything on it. So that's still a same. It's a receipt. But it's a real problem with one participant not appointing their respective people. And it's been going on 9 months or so here. So they began in June of last year, May or June of last year, and here we are in March.
So I have a couple other while you're got the bat in your hands. Can you advise with all the CDC guidelines that are changing? Can you advise when the emergency order that the county has in place, and I know it's a joint emergency order between the city and the county, when should that when will that end? I guess.
In my opinion,
And it's-
absolutely never. I have heard repeatedly in the last 2 weeks, never. This is an endemic problem that has created manifest problems both in the courthouse and otherwise. I'm seeing people not wearing masks despite CDC looking in Franklin County and go, you all ought to be wearing masks. I'm seeing kids at school. I saw the mayor in Texas or in Florida freaking out about it. If you want my opinion, similar situations should remain in place at least for the next year until these things can get hammered down once and for all. Other than that, it's a judge's call and it's the mayor's call. We're maintaining everything. I'm going to finish on that one because I'm hot about it. We're maintaining everything in my office until the first of the month because things are changing a little bit faster than the science permits at this point. It's politics. It's nothing but politics. I'm not going to engage in it in any fashion. And in my situation, I'm not taking a chance to get exposed to something that I can avoid. And if you all feel like you want to do that for your benefit, more power to you. But when you come to my office, wear your mask. So that's all I've got to say on that.
If Squire Sebastian would allow the emergency management, myself, and the mayor may or may not be part of it, but we are meeting on Monday to talk about it.
Well, and I hope that when they meet it, they actually use CDC numbers applicable to Franklin County because we are not out of the same phase that we shut down on exactly this time in the last 2 years.
Okay.
And I have one other question, and that'll be the end of my questions and other business.
Okay.
A letter was issued to I think the Farmdale Water District. Have they responded back yet?
No, they have not.
Oh, I didn't do that one, ma'am. I think that exhausts my efforts, but yeah, that's the only truth about it.
That was the judge. I think he signed that one. Did they have a timeline for response?
Well, I think their chairman is in the hospital. I'm sorry about saying that. I shouldn't say that, but I think he's indisposed, and I'm not going to go any further than that.
All right, so we're waiting for the full board to be available to respond. Thank you.
I think they would be fair. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Squire Tracy.
Question for Betty Jo and or the compensation committee. Can you give us an update on where we're at in regards to the compensation study?
Betty Jo. She may have gotten off, Squire, because she probably thought she was through. I'll tell you this, we had a meeting with a preliminary meeting a couple of days ago with the Johansson Group to give an update. And I think that their goal is to get it to us, the compensation committee meeting, I believe, by the end of March, and then to be voted on at the April meeting.
Thank you.
Shooting for the April 22nd meeting, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyone else? All right. Any department heads, constitutional officers, department heads, or committee updates? Robert, you got something?
Yes, sir. I have 2 items, please.
Okay.
Want to advise the court that construction on the Simon House is complete. There are some small housekeeping items to take care of. Otherwise, the final pay applications will appear at your next court bills. Happy to answer any questions on that.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And our planning director may have this information, and it may be open field for anyone. Have we heard from the city if they are going to pay any expenses in excess of their initial pledge was $100,000? Have we got confirmation of that yet?
We have not heard anything, Timber. We've gotten their $100,000 check. They have a memo from us asking with the itemized deductions, and we have not heard anything. Any other questions for Mr. Hewitt? I will say this: I've asked Rachel Foley at the Simon House to come up. I know they're doing some extra work to clean it up and get it all fixed up, but we will have a ribbon cutting with all of us in the city at some point in time in the near future. Okay, anybody else have anything? Anybody else have anything?
One more.
Yes,
item.
Judge.
All
Oh,
right,
sorry. Go ahead, Robert.
Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you. Next Thursday, March the 10th, the Planning Commission will be meeting, and there are several items on the agenda that have raised a lot of
consternation.
There are a lot of interest in the items on the agenda. So I want to let the court know, as well as the public know that may be watching, that Andrew Tippett with the IT department has provided a Google document on the Franklin County website. That's franklincounty.ky.gov. Anyone interested in participating can go to the site. On the home page, there is a notice of the public meeting with a Google document to be completed. And once that document is completed and resubmitted, an automatic reply will be sent to that individual, providing the login account for the meeting that will be hosted by the county. So anyone that has emailed the Planning and Building Codes Department in the county previously to that being posted will also receive notice of that location of the document in order to be registered. I am taking that step in order to ensure that the meeting is conducted with the knowledge of the staff and the commission of who is interested in participating, which would include name, address, and telephone number and email address. So just putting that out there, and any of the magistrates who have constituents concerned about or have questions or want to comment or participate, if you could direct them to the county website, if they could complete that form in its entirety, that way we can keep hopefully an orderly meeting and a log of everyone that participated or at least wanted to view the meeting live on the actual account. So otherwise, it can be viewed on the Franklin County Facebook page that evening. It will be broadcast live. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Squire Mahler.
Thank you, Judge. Since Robert, I think it's the first time you've ever kind of done this in my time. Is it public information? What's the hotspot, I guess, for the meeting that we're talking about it?
There are several items on the agenda that have expressed interest from the community. So the county has 4 items, and I believe all 4 have quite a bit of interest. So I'm receiving my office is receiving a lot of inquiries to all the agenda items.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Robert, thank you. I'm sorry. Robert, thank you so much for that. I've pushed a lot of folks your way. I've gotten a ton of calls from city folks and county folks about some of those upcoming items, and I've recommended that they participate in these meetings so they can be heard. And I appreciate you putting a link on the website so they could just find it outright and not have to look through the weeds for it. But I also wanted to say, since we're in other business, the comprehensive plan is coming up. The application is still open for folks to be on the advisory committee. And if you go to distilledtogether.com on that website, it's a site that's been put up by the city and the county. There's an application there. You can push the button and you can do it right there on the spot on your phone or anywhere. So I just wanted to put that out there. I know there's a lot of folks that are concerned about, not necessarily concerned, but want to give input. So I want to give them the opportunity to at least throw their name in the hat and give an explanation of why they would want to serve and how they could help serve the community. And I think tomorrow may be the last day for that application to be filled out. So I just want to throw that out there for the folks watching the meeting tonight.
Thank you, Squire. And you are correct. Friday is the deadline to have those applications submitted. And then I believe it's the steering committee that will review those applications and then establish the advisory committee. So people still have time to applications in. We look forward to a broad range of individuals throughout the community that want to participate. This is an extremely important issue before this community, and I really look for participation. And the consultant that has been selected, has done our comprehensive plan before. They are familiar with our community. They are top notch. Their product that they've presented to us as it relates to the website and their other ideas have been top notch. I'm extremely pleased with the work they've done to this point, but we are only getting started. So I look forward to this venture.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Squire Tracy.
Robert, thank you for being with us and give us an update. Just one quick question. Mr. Cockley from the city has sent out some emails in regards or to neighborhood associations in regards to people volunteering. Do you know if that was looked up? I was only notified by one of them. Do you know if
We can't hear you, Squire Tracy.
Mr. Cockley sent out emails to at least one neighborhood association? In working closely with him, Robert, do you know if others were identified and information sent to them as well?
No, I am not aware. I will reach out to Mr. Cockley and find out who he sent it to. Neighborhood associations are not registered in this community, so we only reach out to those that we're aware of or those that reach out to us. So if any of the magistrates are aware of an established association or a group of a neighborhood even, if you could let us know, we'd be more than happy to request they participate. It's extremely important that we get as much participation as possible. So whether you're organized, not organized, or just a group of neighbors who are concerned about your neighborhood, please, if you can, let us know. The community, let us know. We'd be happy to invite you and incorporate you and your request into this whole comprehensive plan, because once again, it's comprehensive and we want to hear from everyone.
Thank you.
Can I add on to that? If you do get a list of neighborhood associations, could you also share that with Brittany Woodward? She tries to compile a list, and I think she's kind of had a hard time obtaining that list as well, so that she can reach out to them when there's trash issues or things going on in that neighborhood.
Be more than happy to. And also what I would like to do is to go ahead and prepare a map of these associations. Let's get those documented with some contact information, and then try to establish
Now you're off, Robert.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
You lost your voice a minute. Audio was gone.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Now we can't. We understand what you were saying, so we'll take care of it. Robert, you're off. Okay, anybody else? What?
One last thing.
Hold on, Robert. I'm gonna let Ann, you get your Wi-Fi right. Ann, come on if you would, please.
Yes, thank you, Judge. At Governor Beshear's call this Wednesday morning, he mentioned that there are still funds available in two of the programs that the state has. One is the Homeowner Assistance Fund, and the other is the Healthy at Home Eviction Relief Fund. So I've asked Andrew to prepare a slide to post that information to show it again for the public's use. And we'll also ask him to publish that again on our social media and on our website in case folks still need that information on how to contact those two programs.
Are you going to put that, Andrew, up on our webpage or Facebook?
I've done it previously, but I can do it again. Yes.
Yes, please. Okay. And is there something else you wanted me to put up?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, everybody see that? Just make sure that gets posted, Andrew. And Robert, you want to come back on?
Yeah, yes, sir. One last thing. Back to the planning commission meeting for next Thursday, March the 10th. My office has received numerous emails and requests that their emails be placed in the packet. Just want everyone to know and the magistrates to know that I did not place those in the packet because I want to wait until the very last minute and submit all comments up till March 10th to the planning commission in the record. So I didn't want to exclude anyone that did not submit anything to my office by the time the packets went out today. So just ensure everyone that we are receiving your concerns, comments, questions via email and or by telephone, and that those will be forwarded to the commission the evening of the meeting. Okay?
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. It's 8:45, 8:50. We'll be back, 5-minute recess. So 8:50. We are recessed. Good evening. This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court voting session for our regular meeting of March 3rd, 2022. And clerk, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Here.
Squire Blackburn,
Present.
Squire Muller,
Present.
Squire Tracy,
Here.
Squire Booth,
Present.
Squire Moore,
Here.
Judge Wells.
Here. Would you please stand for the pledge? And we're led in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight by Leah, the daughter of one of our employees, Leslie Hibbets. Thank you, Leah.
Hi, my name is Leah Ibbets, and I'm a senior at Western Hills High School. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah, and we wish you all the best in your college pursuit. And Leslie, we want to say that I know you're proud, and we are too, of your daughter. That was awesome. Thank you. The first item on the agenda is authorization for approval of minutes from our regular meeting of February 11th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to receive the sheriff's quarterly report for 12 months ending December 31st, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive the sheriff's 2021 county fee settlement.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to surplus 3 vehicles for trade-in purposes with the sheriff.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve a resolution in support of sponsoring the Frankfurt Focus on Race Relations, otherwise known as FOR, for the Juneteenth 3-day event in Frankfurt and Franklin County community by pledging to contribute $5,000.
So moved.
Motion and a second.
Um,
Squire Booth and Squire Moore made the motion. Squire Booth seconded.
Moore and Booth.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Proud that the fiscal court will be part of this great event. Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve the 2022 Bourbon on the Banks sponsorship in the amount of $5,000.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Squire Booth. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
I'd like to thank Ms. Strong for all of her hard work with the event and for understanding our concerns. Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and I think this is a fantastic event for drawing tourists into our community. It really is fantastic. Thank you, Diane Strong, and all those that have worked on it. So I vote yes. Next item is authorization to approve the Lakeview Park Master Plan as presented by Hitchcock Design Group.
So moved.
So moved.
I got Squire Tracy made the motion.
And Blackburn seconded. Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
An important takeaway for me for this project was hearing what wasn't said at the February 7th, 2022 meeting at the Paul Sawyer Public Library. I did not hear any person in that room say this project is not needed by our community. I guess instead, I heard just the opposite. I heard passion. I heard people sharing their passion about supporting a place for arts, musical performances, places for graduation, places to expand and enhance sporting opportunities, really a place for families to enjoy activities and adventure right here in our own community. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't folks who don't want this type of change at Lakeview Park. Yesterday, I did hear that from a constituent. So, you know, we are listening. But today, I did hear from a number of people who want this type of change at Lakeview Park. So, you know, I got a visual. So here's my little county iPhone that I have that's provided. It's a 6 or an SE or a 7, something that was signed me by the county. So there is more processing power in this phone right here, this little phone, than every NASA computer that existed in the early 60s. And that was in a book that I read called One Giant Leap, the impossible mission that flew us to the moon. So for me, it's time to plant this community's flag in the ground. And that time is right now, and make this ambitious project a lasting community achievement. So with that, I'm sure you're waiting for me to say one small step for mankind, but the history major in me is just going to simply say, I respect and I learn from the past, but it's time to move forward. And so I say on with the bold. So I'm a yes.
Squire Blackburn?
I too heard from tons of constituents in the community. Tons that lived in my district and a lot that didn't live in my district. I was elected to represent the people in my district, but I work for every man, woman, and child in this community. And I want you to know, I did my due diligence. I read every piece of paper twice. I watched every single meeting. I did background. I looked at other projects that have been done. This is just the beginning. And I'm a yes.
Squire Muller?
Extremely proud of the park committee and the ones that have supported this project from the get-go. This could be a pivotal point for Frankfort and Franklin County, and I'm an absolute yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Booth?
Well, I guess you know what I'm going to say. We can't afford it. People are going to get mad at us when we raise taxes. So I'm a no.
Squire Moore?
I hope this project outperforms its expectations. I fear that it will not. I fear that it'll cost more than expected by a large margin. I know it'll cause taxes to go up. I think there's only 3 hotels that we can put a tax on in this county. If we were partnering with the city, it'd be 6, maybe 7. It's the right thing, but in the wrong place, and I'm a no.
Judge Wells?
I think all of those words are good, and I'm going to preface by saying that Squire Muller and Squire Tracy have worked very hard. They've been very passionate about where they wanted this, about what goes into this building. But there are a lot of questions, and a lot of the questions center around how much is this going to cost? There's another group of questions that centers around what is this going to do to the area, including the park? What's this going to do to Silver Lake? What's this going to do to Indian Hills? What's this going to do to Eastover and Westover? Those questions linger out there and have people very concerned, very concerned. When you think about this, we go back to the beginning, the Frankfort Civic Center that was torn down, unfortunately, several years ago, was 20,000 square feet. It's a big building, 20,000 square feet. Today, what is being proposed is 8 times the size of the Frankfurt Convention Center in our little small park in the parking lot at Lakeview Park. 8 times the size of the convention center. We've only really heard about half of it. The plans clearly state, and I'm shocked, I'm very shocked that what we're hearing is amazing. That they're talking about 75,000 square foot being the recreation part, and the rest of it, which would be 85,000 square feet, that we're going to have to hire an architect and design it ourselves for the amphitheater. Excuse me, not the amphitheater, but the civic center. So I'm perplexed why this is such a great idea when we're really only hearing about half of it. But I'll take a step back and say this. In concept, I think we should do this in our community. In concept, from the recreational standpoint, I think it's imperative that we work together with the city. We cannot do this alone. There's no way we can do this alone. And every community that was brought up and talked about in McCracken County and the city of Paducah are working together. In Richmond, it's the city of Richmond and it's Madison County working together. We should be working with the city. As a matter of fact, the last time we had the meeting a couple of weeks ago with the city's talking about in their plan doing an indoor facility. So goodness gracious, people, we all have to work together. And if we work together, we can make things happen, and we should make things happen. I don't think we need to say, if this is already passed, but my vote is for the community to work together to make this happen so we can afford it. For God's sake, so we can afford it. And secondly, and probably most importantly for most people, if we have the facilities that the community needs, i.e. we need a pool. It is clear. I was in that meeting and I heard it one after the other, kids, adults, mamas, daddies saying, build a pool, build a pool, build a pool. I don't see how in the world we can approve this plan and not have a pool in it. Now, you can say it can come later, it can come whenever time, but for gosh sake, guys, we have got to be together in collaboration with the city of Frankfurt, and I think our private industry to do this. So here's what I have to say. I think that this facility in its basic structure should be at another place. And that place should be somewhere, and I'm going to say the approximate area, Squire Blackburn in your area out off Duncan Road, and where there are hotels, there are restaurants. The BizAcs have property that could have this. I'm just throwing that out just as in general, but it's by the interstate. It has hotels by it. It has restaurants by it. It makes more sense than to put a building of this magnitude right in the middle of our beautiful Lakeview Park, and which in turn will hugely affect the residents in that area, hugely affected. So with that being said, I vote no on just this plan, but yes on the concept and moving it to another location and working with the city. That's my vote. Okay, the next item on the agenda is authorization to approve additional funding for request for the Franklin County Humane Society's new animal shelter in the amount of $200,000.
So moved.
Second.
Squire Booth.
You want me to call the roll?
Yep.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
No.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
No.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
No.
Judge Wells,
Let's see.
3-3.
3-3. Yes, I vote yes. If we can afford to build this recreation facility, Squire Booth, I think you said it exactly right. If we can afford to build this recreation facility, put that out there, and 200,000 is a drop in the bucket of what it was going to cost to build this recreation facility. So I think it's incumbent upon us, because if it doesn't get built, we have to it's in our lap, and it's going to cost us a lot more than $1 million. So I agree that we ought to put 200,000 more in to the Franklin County Humane Society. All right, the next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a request from ROSM to transfer the remaining balance of the Fiscal Court Utilities Fund to the Fiscal Court Rent and Utilities COVID Fund.
So moved.
Second.
Roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore, Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. The next item is second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, Section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 1.51 acre portion of property identified as PVA map number 059-00-00-008.00, located at 994 Shadrick Ferry Road, from agricultural AG to rural residential RR.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution in support of submission of an application for grant funds with the Kentucky Division of Forestry Volunteer Fire Assistance VFA grant program.
So moved.
Second.
Right, moved and seconded. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. The next item is authorization to hire Tyler Hodge as a firefighter.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so was that Moore or Booth that made the motion?
I heard more. Were you a motion or a
I'll be
second?
a second. I'll be a
Okay,
second.
Booth will be a second. Okay.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve Lakeview Park golf rates.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Squire Muller and Squire Booth. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
You know, I'm a little concerned about putting these rates in after the beginning of the year. Should in the future be more mindful of this. I don't like that there's not a fiscal note on it, but I will vote yes.
Squire Blackburn,
I truly appreciate the service the park does, and I appreciate the rates being lowest in the region. And even at this increase, it's still where we want to be. And I vote yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
No.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. Okay, then, so we have to do, the next item, we have to do them all
we
one
have
at
to
a
do them
time?
all
Oh, my
one at a
gosh.
time, and I'm sorry, but that's just the
Not
way
as
it
sorry
is.
as me. I have to read it. All right, here we go. These are seasonal golf and park employees. We have to do them one at a time. Authorization to rehire Jim Parrish as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Okay,
Squire Muller, who is the second?
Moore.
Okay, sorry. Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. The next item is authorization to rehire Randy Oliver as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
I'll be second.
Okay, Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is to rehire Mark Johnson as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So approved.
Was it Moore?
More.
Who seconded?
Muller, I'll do it second, fine.
Okay. Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to rehire Jim Ernst as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Squire Tracy. Squire Booth, raise your hand. Did I see your hand? Squire Booth is a second.
I'll be either one.
There you
Okay.
go. You
All
got
right.
it. You're second.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to rehire Chris McDonald as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Second.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to hire Kate Vera Sethakul as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Second.
Squire Tracy, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Timothy Golf as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee. And that's GOFF and not GOLF.
So moved.
Squire
Second.
Booth, thank you. Thank you, Squire Booth had her hand up before Squire Sebastian, so
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
yes. Next item is to hire Steve Parker as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Second.
Squire Muller, seconded by Tracy, okay?
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve appointment of L. Travis to the Franklin County Board of Health with a term ending December 31st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and thank you, Al, for volunteering to do it. Thank you very much. You'll be a great board member. The next item is authorization to advertise for construction management services for a new road department facility at 100 Lewis Ferry.
So moved.
Second.
Or Squire Tracy.
Okay, Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Very exciting for this to happen. So yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
I'm also excited for the new road department. Yes.
Squire Moore,
We've had Robert do this on several projects, and if we hire somebody, it'll take a load off of him, I'm sure. Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve an agreement with On-Site Health Solutions LLC to provide annual biometric screenings and wellness services for calendar year 22 to include
To include the nicotine
swabs if paid by employee. Okay, I'm sorry. And non-eligible participants to be screened at $50 each paid by the county.
which is what we did last year.
This is all the same that we did last year.
What, Judge, what about the mileage? Is that in here or is that something
It's
different?
not an option.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's already.
The other two were options that we had to decide yes or no.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is the first reading of amendment number 3 to ordinance number 6, 2021, relating to budget for fiscal year 2021, 2022. And this vote will be on at our March 18th meeting at 9 o'clock. The next item is authorization to receive the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
It'll be sad to see our treasurer go in July, and hopefully find somebody to work with her and learn a lot from her and continue her good work. And I'm a yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any payment of any claims and let the record reflect claims are ordered? Oh, I'll wait until you see. I'll hold on that one. It's been a long night, sorry. It's only 5.5 hours long, so.
Okay, I think
Four and a half.
there's no motion, Jimmy.
All right. Let the record reflect claims are ordered to be paid. There we go. Authorization to amend the agenda to add contracts under the other business. Is there a motion?
So
You need a
moved.
motion to add contracts? Squire Blackburn, thank you.
Second.
Squire Muller, thank you for a second.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
I understand that we are not signing new contracts. We're revising contracts. Is that right?
yes.
I
Kind
vote
of.
yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So are you a yes?
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells?
Yes. Okay, the first item of the revision is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the county judge executive to execute a memorandum of understanding between Brighton Landmark LLC, City of Frankfort, and Franklin County Fiscal Court for the purposes of repair to a stormwater detention basin located at Brighton Park Boulevard to mitigate flooding.
So
Is that
moved.
right, Mr. Sparks?
That's correct. This reflects item 12 and 13 from the previous document, which included the agreement to be managed by the City of Frankfort Works Department, and item 13 being all property remaining of the parties at the course of the completion shall be restored to those parties themselves.
Okay, I believe I have a motion by Squire Blackburn.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yep.
Squire
Second.
Muller. Squire Muller got it. Okay.
Okay, Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
This is something I've been looking into for 3 years, and I'm glad it's finally here. And I'm a resounding yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Squire Blackburn, and I appreciate you've been working hard for your constituents that live in that area, and Country Lane and down at in the Two Creeks area and the flooding that happens. This is not a total solution to the problem, but is it starting to be? It's just a starting point to start to help in that flood in those areas that get flooded so quickly. So when there's a heavy rain, and so with that, I vote yes. The next item is authorization to approve sublease agreements with the Administrative Office of the Courts, changing the price per square foot from $24.20 down to $22.25 for the Commonwealth attorneys, county attorneys, crime victim advocate space in the courthouse. Not often do we get a lowered rate.
So much.
Second.
Sebastian and Muller, thank you.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So
moved.
All right, yay,
All
there we
right.
go.
Wait a minute, I got Squire.
We got Booth and Sebastian.
Okay, I had Sebastian, but okay, I'll put it. And
Booth
then
and
Booth.
Sebastian.
Okay, got it. Squire
All right.
Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore.
I think we need to be praying for Europe.
Yes.
Absolutely.
They just
Yes.
bombed the biggest nuclear plant in Europe. Russia just bombed it, so I'm a yes on adjourning.
Oh my God.
Judge Wells.
Thank you, Squire, for bringing that up. I've got it down here. I think all of us as a community, as a state, as a United States of America, as a world, we need to be praying for Ukrainians. Keep those in your thoughts and prayers. So with that being said, I vote yes, and we are adjourned.